Vítám vás při druhém dnu našeho kongresu.
Welcome to the second day of our Congress, Prague 2021. You will hear a lot of outstanding contributions today, and they will be focused, as always, on the traditional, complementary, alternative and integrative medicine. The Congress is exceptional by the scope of disciplines that are represented there. And what also makes it outstanding is that it covers virtually the whole planet. It is my honor to welcome Amarjit Hamra from the UK, from the British Ayurvedic Council in London, and his contribution is titled Joint Effort of India and the UK, with the purpose of exploring the potential of the Indian medicine for effective treatment of COVID-19 disease. Amjit, the floor is yours.
Namaste, everybody. Really nice to be here with my traditional sciences family from the Czech Republic. Thank you so much, Thomas, for making this wonderful conference take place. I know, I know that we've been speaking about this, and your great enthusiasm to hold this conference, and I had the pleasure of coming to see you in Prague, a couple of years back, and so my fondest respect and regards to all your colleagues and co-workers, especially Markita, Ludmila, and Alenka, who I met when I was there. So and nice to see some very familiar faces on the screen, Nora and Dr. Venkata Joshi, and Stefan is there also. Very nice to see you guys here. So my pranam to all of you. And so I want to just really kick off this amazing program this morning by just really introducing you to the work that I have been doing, and I've in the recent years I've received a lot of support from my very learned friend Thomas. Over the years he has also been supporting the work that we're doing here in London. So I have the fortunate opportunity to manage the all-party parliamentary group on Indian traditional sciences. And I think Nora will perhaps remember this, because back in November 2009, when at the behest of this European Union directive that came in, to regulate this regulation was called THMPD 2004, and Nora will remember of all the amazing people who are on the screen here that I invited her to the British Parliament, because we had a meeting in the UK Parliament to try and understand what the European Parliament wants to do with herbal traditions. And then, as you know, from then on, from that very first meeting, we set up a campaign to save herbal medicine, and that within a few years, we had accumulated something like 1 million signatures, which we presented to David Cameron's government, and basically looking at the possibility of how freedom of choice is terribly important, on these islands here in Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And so, I'm very happy to say that we were extremely lucky and very successful in getting our campaign through. So as things stand now, one is able to import into the UK fresh or dry herbs, for Ayurvedic preparations into the UK. So that was really, and Nora was part of the signatory. We had at that time, Thomas, we had about 30 organizations. In 2009, in the British Parliament, I managed to get 30 different organizations who principally linked, with herbal traditions, not just Western herbal, but also, Tibetan medicine, Japanese medicine, and obviously Ayurveda, and so on and so forth. And Nora was part of the signature, to establish this campaign. And so I have a very long, very, useful, a very long association, with some people here on the panel this morning. So really delighted to see them. So Thomas, from there, we thought that perhaps, if the government, the people who we put into power, if they can take us out, if they can say, no, sorry, you can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do this. So we then thought that, if these people can, take out Ayurveda, like you're not able to, bring in Ayurvedic preparations, Ayurveda medicines, from outside India into the European Union border, they might be able to do something tomorrow, with some of the other Indian traditional sciences, and whether they might be yoga or might be Jyotish or Vastu. So then, I suggested to, some of my parliamentarian friends that what we should do is set up, this particular group that I'm speaking to you on behalf of, which is known as the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Indian Traditional Sciences. So this is a group, that is made up of UK parliamentarians from the both houses of Parliament, the Houses of Lords and the Houses of Commons. And with the grace of the universe, we have about 30 parliamentarians, from all political spectrum, who are part of this group. And as some of my learned friends who are here with us today, and yourself, Thomas, and your colleagues, Markita and Ludmila, and also Elenka, you've been here, you've seen, the programs that we organize in the Houses of Parliament, specifically celebrating, Ayurveda and yoga and Jyotish and Vastu and Gandharva and Unani medicine also. So the idea really has been to work, with the establishment, to work with the politicians, to work with the parliamentarians, for them to really understand, what we are and what is it that we really want. How do we fit into the global structure of the healthcare of this nation here in the United Kingdom? It is very sad and very disappointing that Great Britain took this decision to leave the EU. But as you know, that Stefan, I think he has been to one of our meetings, and you also, Thomas, together with your colleagues at the EU Parliament in Brussels. So we were not just, we're not just sort of key players here in the UK Parliament, but we have taken this great mission, to the EU Parliament, where we've had at least half a dozen engagements, over the last, 5-6 years. And owing to this pandemic at the moment that the whole world is going through, therefore the activity of holding meetings in the EU Parliament and also here in the UK Parliament are sort of not, it's not an option at the moment. So most of our engagements are online through Zoom meetings. So the idea, going back to the Indian traditional sciences and the parliamentary community, has really been to inform, to educate, and to create this awareness in the hearts and the minds of these politicians, and to inform them how, Ayurveda, for example, or yoga, for example, or any of the other Indian traditional sciences can actually be part of the health structure, of this great nation, and how it can save, the taxpayer so much money, and we are truly talking to them about the aspect of prevention, which is better than cure. So so some of the highlights that we've achieved since the group came into being almost 7, 8 years ago now, is that you would be very pleased to know that for the last sort of 13, 14 months, with the lockdown here in place in the UK, but we've been still very, very active. And I managed to bring the Ministry of Ayush, which is the ministry that looks after all traditional medicines in India, and under the auspices of the Government of India, and here in the UK, to sign a contract which we're on the verge of starting a major study research program on long COVID through Ayurveda. So this is the first project of its kind outside India, which is being supported here by the British establishment, by some key universities and hospitals, through which we hope to study the impact and the effects of Ayurvedic herbs on patients living with long COVID. So this is going to be quite a rigorous, quite a long study, involving quite a few number of patients, within the National Health Service structure. And so, I mean, this, I think in itself is a huge leap forward for Ayurveda, that Ayurveda will actually now be studied and researched, by UK science community. And this program is not being handled, by the Ayurveda organizations in the UK. So this is principally, this study is led by the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. And these are a bunch of, very serious scientists who will actually be, moderating this study. So and then of course, we have small trials, on various aspects of yoga and Ayurveda in various hospitals around the country, looking at how Ayurveda can help sustain and improve quality of life of patients. It may be something, for example, like yoga and lower back pain, or yoga and rheumatoid arthritis. So looking at some of these specific engagements. So we're sort of moving forward in a very positive, in a very rightful direction, and we are very very happy. I'm very happy that the group has we've worked very hard to attract almost like 30 British members of Parliament who are supporting us in our endeavor. And if I may say so, that I mean, this has given I think a lot of boost and morale boost. And my very good friend Thomas has very seriously been thinking about this concept, and to model a similar program in his own country there in the Czech Republic too. And in the last program that we had celebrating the International Yoga Day back in June this year, we had two amazing parliamentarians from the Czech Republic who came to our platform via Thomas. And so I'm very delighted to receive Thomas's continued support, and these parliamentarians are very keen to model a similar program to the one that we have here in the UK for the Czech Republic Parliament. So I will be offering whatever support I can to help them establish this group in the Czech Republic. So that's about it, really. I mean, there is huge, so many other things, that are going on simultaneously. But I think, for the humble opportunity I have this morning, and the little time that Thomas was able to give me, I hope I've been able to translate, our activities, on the ground to you. And I look forward to welcoming you to the next major event that we have, which is Ayurveda Day, coming up in November this year. So it would be nice for all of you to join us. And those of you who wish to speak, please let Thomas know, and then he can let me know, who would like to participate in the program. And look forward to seeing you again in November. And if there's anything else, any other information you require from me, you can always contact me directly at the my email address, which I don't think I can put up here at the moment anywhere, but here we are. So I'll put it on the chat here, and of course you can always get in touch with Thomas. He has all my contact details. So having said that, I wish this conference all the success it deserves, and may it be a milestone in the history of traditional medicines in Europe. And look forward to supporting Thomas and all of you in all your future activities for the development of prevention that is better than cure. Thank you and namaste.
Děkuji za příspěvek, který
Thank you for a contribution which moves alternative medicine further into the area of legislation. Amajit mentioned my participation in events and Parliament. And this inspiration led me to the idea to create a similar all-party parliamentary group in the Czech Republic.
Budu se těšit na další setkávání.
I will look forward to meeting you during this platform, but also on platforms which Amajit mentioned, and also on others, because they all aim at one single thing: to bring a benefit to the humankind. And this benefit is something which is very helpful. One of the goals is also the launch of the platform 2020 Prague, which is a global platform aiming to help sharing information, publication activity. I will introduce each speaker, and I will also introduce one part of the platform. Now I would like to share one of the fundamental parts of the platform. This is the homepage of the platform, where you can see the blue sections, and the yellow ones represent disciplines. Here, let's look at the most important section, because information is the most relevant issue. The section library enables the registered members to place their contributions classified into various disciplines, and it brings a great benefit to the professional and general public, who can search for information which will be relevant for decision-making process. This is all for our platform at the moment.
Now I would like to kindly ask the next speaker, Dr. Catharina Delezer, for her contribution. She comes from Austria and she is a sports scientist. She works at the Department of Research and Development in Teacher Education at University College of Teacher Education in Tyrol. Let me note that Ms. Catharina is involved in a highly important project reaching beyond the borders of her homeland. And this project is related to healthy lifestyle. Her contribution is titled Vegan Diet and Health and Sports, Benefits and Advantages to Young People and Athletes, Lessons to be learned from a dual approach to improve the health of nations.
Nina, the floor is yours.
I'd like to share my screen with you. I think this is, yes. Can you see the screen? Do you see the screen? Yes?
Yes, we can see the screen, Catharina. Yes, we can hear you very well. Thank you.
It's an honor to me to be part of this impressive lineup. Thank you, Thomas, for this organization. However, to save time as the Congress lasts long until the evening, how a vegan diet permanently linked to sports is able and has a potential to improve the health of nations will be the topic of the next 20 to 25 minutes. So, but today's health paradox we discussed in meetings before is that on one hand, health is for free. It's the natural state of a human being, and it is the key for a happy life. However, we can buy healthcare very expensively, but for the health of ourselves that is free, we have to do something by actions, as it has to be earned over a lifetime. And the background is, and this is the bad news at the beginning, we have two global scaling crises and epidemics, which we have to address. And it's of pressing concern to fight inactivity crisis and overweight epidemic. And even more worse that it tracks over time. We have 4 in 5 children being inactive and 1 in 3 children being overweight and obese, and even more obese and overweight people when they're adults. So this is the problem, but this, at the same time, it's key. And these two, let's say, lifestyle factors, diet and exercise, are the solution delivered with the problem. We have about 70% of global deaths hold accountable from non-communicable diseases. And interestingly, we meet again these two lifestyle factors for good or for bad. And it is well accepted that these lifestyle factors can shape health if we want to go for this. However, we have to do something. And sports and exercise, as well as food and good nutrition, is part of a bigger picture. There are several other lifestyle factors that have to be addressed. And the good information is it's our actions by conscious decisions and changes in lifestyle that can turn a bad health status to good and for worse if we want to. However, going back to the 1950s, some of us will remember that no one today would recommend for an athlete or a pregnant woman to smoke. Maybe the same it is to a vegan diet. We will discover this a bit more. So, and from this, it's the individual itself who can shape future and health status for a lifetime. So, and naturally, these two cornerstones of sustainable health appear naturally more times a day. We get up in the morning as today, we move to the bathroom and we go to breakfast. So naturally, sports and food is part of our lifetime and it's considered medicine, and there is sound evidence behind this to support it. However, from this we can create a future vision, some kind of super medicine which could be easily created. When we put together the best practice of daily and moderate sports and exercise and at best plant-based vegan diets, we will see later the evidence, we might have a dual approach that can serve as super medicine if we let it unfold its potential. So, and it's very effective, it's safe, it's low cost, and that's why it would perfectly fit for national health services and future interventions for the public health. And just as an overview, the vegan diet is part of the vegetarian kinds of diet. And vegan diet means consuming no products or ingredients from animal products at all. But more than this, a vegan diet is part of a bigger holistic concept of life, the vegan lifestyle, which is non-violent. And we will meet this non-violent concept later on. The background of a vegan diet is based on sound recommendations of more than 4 decades of research. When it's appropriately planned, it's nutritionally adequate and healthful and delivers tremendous advantages, especially to the prevention and treatment of chronic disease status. And it's appropriate, and this is consensus through all organizations, to all stages of life cycle, from pregnancy to old age, and also for athletes. And more than this, it was detected from the research that vegan diets are even more healthy than vegetarian diets, because in the same amount you cut down animal products from your plate, the health benefits and positive effects to your health increase. So this is the way it can go if we want to. However, there is sound evidence, and overwhelmingly the benefits exceed the risks that potentially exist. However, sticking to a meat-centered diet and eating a lot of fruits and vegetables and grain does not mean that anybody can compensate the negative effects a recent study tells us. And moreover, the Global Burden of Disease report, the latest one, tells us also that in the Western nations, 1 in 5 people die due to poor dietary habits. And when we now compare mixed diets, Western diets to vegan diets, we clearly see from the literature densified and compacted that we have high energy intake with low nutrient density, making the characteristicum of empty calories, along with it's not sustainable, which we know from the Oxford studies. And along, we will address this later on, we have a lot of health-threatening substances delivered with animal products. And in parallel, we have a low energy, high fiber, high nutrient density in the vegan diets, especially when it's whole food plant-based. And not surprisingly, most vegans on average have better health status than the general population. And they're also much more health conscious compared to average population. And also the several studies on quality of diet, considering specific different health eating indices known, let us see that the vegan diets are most often scored highest, while the Western diet is scored lowest. However, insufficient supply is not with a monopole on vegan diets. It appears in all dietary patterns and depends on the knowledge of the person itself. And therefore, a vegetarian or vegan diet is not more nutritionally deficient than any other dietary pattern per se. And the so-called critical nutrients are relevant to all people and not only to vegans. And the recent research shows us that up to 7 nutrients, people following a mixed diet are at risk to be deficient, while vegetarians and vegan are at risk to be deficient in up to 3 nutrients, while especially vegans are better supplied in a long list of specific nutrients. And the most recent studies show us that vegans compared to non-vegans are having a similar good status of specific vitamins, especially B12, which is mostly highlighted, and have no deficiencies in the several vitamins and micronutrients. So this is very good news. However, this report of the WHO, every health expert, every physician, every teacher, every decision maker must know if I am asked for it. The WHO classified in 2015 meat and specifically processed meat as cancerogenic, and it's the same classification as asbestos and smoking tobacco. So this means you would never serve your family a plate of asbestos or cigarettes, won't you? So it's the same. When we talk about health, we have to turn to this report in addition to several other reports. And more than this, to extend this, just in short, over decades, we know not only from the WHO, but from several national federal ministries that up to 90% compared to plant products, the most hazardous substances come from animal products, meat, processed meat, dairy, fish, shellfish, and eggs. And it comes from the livestock farming and also from the animal feeds that comes from plants. And hamburgers and hot dog sausages are the worst found samples in this structure. And to compact this, it's a ratio from 9:1 animal products to plant products, having a high density of medications, toxic substances, and heavy metals, and even worse for pesticides found in animal products with a ratio from 14:1. And it's not that enthusiastic as we can see. And now we try to deliver this from general population to sports, to athletes. When we talk about kids, we have to talk about healthy humans, and healthy humans are sometimes active and world-class sports. And only the healthy human could be a role model for getting a successful athlete to win victories, because training has to be conducted without sick leaves and illness-related interruptions to follow a training schedule. So peak performance only with a healthy athlete will be possible. And it is sound for now 6 decades that sports has tremendous positive effects and delivers advantages just for a non-active couch potato, but even more for people who are active due to various mechanisms. And I just want to pick out today a remarkable point and putting to the test resting heart rate versus sports and beans, putting to the test. We know the advantages when we are active, and generally athletes have a lower resting heart rate compared to inactive people. And it seems that it's a better fitness level that it is represented. However, it's rather another indicator, a risk factor of overall mortality and independent of fitness level or other cardiometabolic, cardiovascular factors, that resting heart rate, if it is elevated, puts you at higher risk for premature mortality. So this is not good news, meaning when you have a resting heart rate above 60 beats per minute, with every 10 beats per minute more, the risk to have a premature death increases up to 20%. And this is not good news. And it's linked to bad dietary habits and also lifestyle habits. So this means if one wants to be a happy and healthy centenarian, there should be efforts to a lifelong reduction of the resting heart rate at 60 beats per minute or even below. That increases a happy and healthy lifespan for up to 13 years. So this is the key message, that we can do so. And now when we leave the sweaty, struggling sports activity from which we can reach this 60 beats per minute or below, we put beans to the test. When you consume nicely your cup of beans every day during the period of a year, you will achieve the same drop of resting heart rate by 10 beats per minute after 1 year. Just being a vegan couch potato. And this is good news. And now imagine if we put both together, being a vegan couch potato, putting together all this into sports. There is huge potential untapped that we can unfold. And this is now also prevalent in high performance sport in world-class level. The tremendous benefits from health and sports are now coming together, and it is shown in several studies that well-planned vegan diets are not only adequate for recreational athletes, but are compatible to peak performance. And that is seen in world records and Olympic victories and world champion titles and so on. So, and it's always coming down to me asking the question, to me, boring in the meantime, how, Catharina, do you cope your protein needs? Well, just in short, protein, as you might know, is the most misinterpreted and misunderstood nutrient. And this goes back to 19th century, where there was a false suggestion. And this false suggestion was shortly thereafter be disproved as false. It is carbohydrate being the major fuel for the human being and not protein. However, this information did not ever reach the public. So in the year 1978, the first study ever published showed that the vegan diet is superior considering morbidity and mortality from non-communicable diseases and chronic diseases. And from there on, you have overwhelming and abundance of data, and you have to go through 10,000 papers, but it's worth it to have this good potential for the future to shape health. However, this misguided early science did a major cause and failure. It cultured and entrenched a mistake that is up until today. It is deeply false that the opinion meat is life and meat is power. It is completely wrong, to be clear at this point. I will go on a bit more. When we go now back to the history, to ancient times, to gladiators in ancient Rome and also in Greek, Pythagoras is not only a famous mathematician, but also was an Olympic fist fighter. We have seen that the vegetarian diet was prevalent in the peak performers at that time, at the gladiators that had to survive in the arena. They had to be smart and strong, and there was a special diet, and the special diet relied massively on grains and pulses, such as millet, but not animal protein, or at least only little. So this is the success story, and when we trace it always more back to ancient times, into prehistoric times, yes, there is also the prototype from the Belgian Neanderthals that serves as the prototype of justifying eating meat today. But which is most hidden and not told to the public, that we also had vegetarian, veggie Neanderthals in today's Spain area. And this is also good news. So this should rewrite history brand new. And now when we put all this slowly together, we know from the Framingham third generation study now that muscle health is in a good state by plant proteins, and it's independent if you're eating meat or if you're eating vegetable protein, you can be at good muscle health. And there are no difference in muscle strength or muscle mass for normal population. And this was also proved by other vegetable protein like soy, mungo bean, or peas. So underlining and highlighting the positive role for the general population for muscular health. And when we dive into these specialized sports studies focusing on strength and power sports, we see the same picture. Also in high performance sports, we have no differences in muscle mass and muscle strength, and a vegan protein supplement or isolate perfectly serves good performance and good recovery, meaning renewal of tissues, good muscle protein synthesis rates, and adaptations post-training period for strength and body composition and recovery. This means a vegan diet perfectly promotes high muscle mass, muscle gain, and muscle strength. And to be clear, me as a sports scientist, it is clearly not the source of protein who builds strong muscles or endurance compatible muscles. It's the adequate training stimulus you need to be a successful athlete when the nutritional requirements are met. So just for a kind reference, there is a lot of work from my laboratory, a latest review. I kindly would like to refer to you just to save time. And now we put this concept to the current COVID-19 pandemic. And interestingly, to me, not surprisingly, the WHO picks up this bigger picture of the lifestyle factors, not every lifestyle factor, but the major lifestyle factors, healthy eating, being active, and several else. And there is consensus of the experts worldwide that meat is not the way to heal this pandemic or to cure patients, because slaughterhouses are the perfect place to preserve such viruses. And interestingly, the WHO, for the whole period of the COVID-19 times of crisis, 6 from 9 food items recommended plant foods and plant food items, and no meat you will find in this recommendation. And even more worse, there is consensus from the experts worldwide that it was really a bad idea of the policymakers to close and shut down and lock down the sport activities, the playing grounds, the training grounds, the gyms, because we know that physical activity and sports promotes good health, also good mental health, especially in the children who need these occasions. So, and very new studies show that with a vegan diet, you can drop down the risk for severe to moderate to severe COVID-19 infections down at a risk of nearly 75%. That is dramatically reduction, and when combined to sports, also up to 3 times a reduction in the risk of death and severe COVID-19 health status can be achieved. And it is at the moment not combined. So this is huge potential for the future medicine. And there are even new studies which are in line and confirming this. However, it is really time for all of us, especially for the decision makers and the health experts, for us as teachers, lecturers, and physicians, to encourage our patients and people to go veggie and to be active. And people want and desire and are willing to shift towards healthier lifestyles. But we have to address this sufficiently. And until now, it was not sufficiently addressed by all of us. So this is a huge potential we can tell. And the background is, in the COVID-19 pandemic, the numbers doubled for the vegetarians and vegans. And a very new study showed of 2 billion Facebook postings that there is a trend that is unbroken now for years, and it is still ongoing. And the major drivers, and this to me is very enthusiastic and hopeful, that the major drivers of this trend, of this veggie boom, are the young generations. And there is my hope. And nearly every second thinks that it is just cooler to be veggie than smoking. So this is good news to me, really good news. So, and when we try now to close slowly the circle, there is no social group, inclusive the allergics, who can profit from a vegetarian diet without vegetarians. Not at school, not at kindergarten, not in a tourist occasion, not at the university, not also in the audience of this Congress. And it's relevant to health literacy, health education, up to the universities, and also for the curriculum. So, and meaning now, when we start, we have to start with prevention. It starts with our kids. So only when we have healthy kids, we will have healthy adults. These healthy adults are able to contribute successfully to everyday life in their jobs as physicians, as lawyers, as politics, as teachers. And so these are future role models and multipliers to shape better, much better future health. So, and here in Austria, we are very lucky. We have the state mandate, although it's to uncover, and I do this now. We have it written down in the school curriculum, secondary school curriculum. We have health as overarching educational goal. And my subject, the compulsory subject of physical education of sports, is here in the leading role. And also in the primary school curriculum, we have health and health education as primary teaching principle, and sports contributes to health in a holistic sense. Isn't this amazing? It's written down by words. And we have another decree in Austria on health literacy and health education, stating that physical activity is a health determinant per se, meaning that health enhancing physical activity is a state health goal here in Austria. I'm sure if you check your state mandate documents, you will detect something else and similar than this we have here in Austria. Now, in putting all this together, compacting this and closing the circle, it means that this dual approach has to be put into practice in all educational settings, at all ages, at all levels in the nation. And how can we start? It's prevention first, before we heal and cure and do therapies. So it is from the families and kindergartens and from the micro units up to the federal, state, macro levels, we have to start. And we have to recommend this to principals, to teachers, to families, but also up to university levels, introductory lectures at the universities in all pedagogical and specialized health studies. We have to create multipliers and role models. We, the health experts, the decision makers, we have to know about the potential that is untapped. So we have to encourage to unfold this. And just thinking about how we can do this for this Congress, I myself experienced a wonderful Ayurvedic treatment, and a couple of years were active as practicing yoga. There is, to me, an inconsistency and gap to address and overcome, because the ancient concept of yoga and Ayurveda is a very successful ancient concept, but it is holistic. And however, it's just picked out the pieces that are desired. And the question is how we can put into action this dual approach in this area, in this specific area, as the theme of this Congress. So as you all know, we have the 8-lagged way of path of Patanjali in yoga. And the very first principle is ahimsa. And I, with the help of Professor Tangavelu, you all know, I checked a bit and thought that veganism, due to the syllabus and moral paradigm of yoga and the ahimsa, which is a basic principle, veganism is self-evident because it's written down in this syllabus and paradigm, because it's the moral foundation here. No, it's not. I checked the literature, and to me, very disappointingly, only about 3% of the yoga masters and teachers follow a vegan diet, only 3 in 100. And a bit more, 5 in 100 of the practitioners. So what about the 95% that do not put into practice ahimsa? 95% of potential. This is huge. And another potential we detected. So the take-home message from my side is we have so much power left behind. This is just the minimum recommendation in the bigger picture of the lifestyle medicine area to sustainable health promotion. And this is written down by the state mandate to fulfill by all of us through all educational levels and settings we can address and be part of. So I kindly invite you, and coming to the end now, to the poster session where I present first results and methods of current studies of mine, and invite you to team up for future collaborations. Just as a short overview, these are the 2 current studies among others. And thank you very much for your kind attention. And I'm not sure, maybe I'm over time. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be with you.
Děkuji ti, Katarino, za příspěvek, který přinesl mnoho aktuálních vědeckých informací. Je to cenné zvláště v oblasti.
Thank you, Catherine, for this contribution. There was a lot of practical and very up-to-date information. There are myths which go around and which are imprecise or false. The moderator of this Congress, who is almost 70 years old and has had over 40 years of experience with vegetarianism, can only confirm that the science has already made its statement about this type of diet. Now I would like to, within the framework of the platform Prague 2021, which will be acting for the benefit of all of us further on after the Congress is over. This section, which we are in now, is very relevant to the previous contribution. And besides that, there is a possibility of publishing all scientific and research results which are available here. And you can also bring references, links to other repositories of information. It is one of the very important sources which can help promote our joint advancement. And now I will take the liberty of inviting Mrs. Nora Laubstein, President of the Natural Medicine Association in Europe, ANME. She is in Germany. ANME ranks among the most important associations regrouping specialists and groups and unions or associations from around the world. And she will speak about a particular research. So please, Nora, the floor is yours.
So thank you. Good morning, Thomas, and thank you for the introduction. I would like to think about all these words I've heard before, and I think you have done an amazing job with this World Health Congress, and ANME is proud of being a supporter of this Congress. And as we have done now in our 20 years working on European political level, we found out some missing links and some gaps everywhere between the natural medicine sector, and therefore we thought about to start a pan-European study, explorative study, and I'm proud to present you now this study. The study is done by our member Renate Köchling-Dietrich and Susanne Löhner-Jokisch. And you can find the summary of this explorative study on our website, on the English website under news, and then you can find it on German website under Aktuell. So there are some interesting results, and it's a pan-European explorative study of the knowledge about the usage of terms for diverse offers and services in the health market 2020 and 2021. This study is very interesting because we have the difficulties in the natural medicine space to find a definition about alternative, complementary, or traditional, and now in the last years the integrative aspect. So this is on the political level, it's even difficult to find a real term for this. There is no unity to these terms. The diversity of contents, concepts, and methods cannot be subsumed less than one common term derived from scientific discourse or public health policy, even though there is a pronounced desire for a common ground, basis, and acceptance. There's a need for urgent action of all parties involved. When you have a look at the history, we have had the term non-conventional medicine, NCM, which is still used in the southern states of the European Union. Since 1998, the EU changed this negative form into a non-negative form like complementary and alternative medicine, with is CAM. In political discourse, using the term CAM promoted by the Association for Natural Medicine in Europe and other stakeholders in the last years has become less and less common during the past years. Today's the term CAM, complementary medicine, IM, integrative medicine, as well as TNCM, traditional and complementary medicine, are more commonly used. This change in parlance has prompted the idea of conducting a survey that aims to help sort out which terms are actually being used by our members and other practitioners and service providers, as well as a stance ANMI is to take and advocate in future European politics. This survey, the aim is to providing an overview about the as-is situation within our association without attempting an exhaustive survey. Instead of this, we explore, discern, and describe similarities, differences, and current trends among those practitioners and service providers. Additionally, ANMI extends the invitation of working together, building the fundament for a broader understanding of health in general, as well as to become actively involved in discourse. This survey was conducted via online questionnaires in German as well as in English, using quantitative and qualitative questions, but without definition of statistical population. The questionnaire was distributed by ANMI to members, supporters, connected institutions and associations. In concrete, 676 questionnaires were taken into account during evaluation, which a rate of 6:1 in German and the others in English. As is evident from the survey, every participant was greatly interested in demonstrating their point of view in all its phases. The description fields were made use of extensively. The participants, once they had committed to filling out the entire questionnaire, were consistent in their participation. In the context of qualitative evaluation, the redundancy of many statements is remarkable. When participants again and again reiterate their own interpretation of health, the individual services they offer and how they position themselves and what they do. This makes for a veritable kaleidoscope of opinions, assessments, judgment, and objective. For example, in the section marked Other, where further common terms and terms used are inquired. Participants are mostly from the EU. The largest group of participants is individual, 571, followed by associations, 50-50, and manufacturers and businesses, 50. Overall, 2,646 statements were made from individuals concerning the methods applied, which can be divided into 11 groups. So, both the quantitative and the qualitative surveys show a sincere desire for a universal term, which nonetheless should relate to every individual's practice. This desire is expressed even further in answers to additional questions of part thereof. When asked about the importance of such a universal term for everyday practice, participants overwhelmingly agreed on very important and highly important. For example, CAM remains a popular term, followed by the option TNCM. Nearly all participants outright reject the terms used in political discourse, or at least cannot identify with them. In concrete, 519 persons were asked and answered. For CAM voted 216, for non-conventional medicine voted 8, for TNCM voted 172 and 123 voted it's not possible to say it's not one for me. Reasons given for that latter choice mostly show dissatisfaction with the proposed terms, because participants feel that their own area of expertise, orientation, and/or their understanding of health is not adequately represented. What is remarkable in this general scant endorsement of the term naturopathy, while integrative medicine is mostly favorably received. Overall, the future of the field and every participant's place in it is also viewed optimistically. Although another survey might have yielded wholly different results, one may surmise that there is a considerable desire for descriptive and universal terms, and a general classification and declaration of shared identity, where positioning and presentation on the health market is concerned. An additional remark on the qualitative evaluation of the qualitative question shows the majority of participants is acquainted with the terms mentioned in the survey, though their individual definitions may vary. Conventional medicine and its significance are viewed controversially, which lead to discrepancies in both approaches and handling of the subject, as well as to delimiting or even excluding language, where the other fields are concerned. A desire for standardization of terms is common to most participants, who would like terms with a high degree of recognition and shared identity to bring together, connect and strengthen practitioners and of unconventional medical methods. Emphasis on individual specialties, individual evaluation and clarification of other methods, content and areas of expertise is equally important. Every individual form of practice and its intrinsic awareness is particularly important for every participant, every association, and every business. The categories, terms, and attributes applied in the questionnaire were insufficient to cover everything individual participants deemed significant. The sheer range of comments and their diversity clearly demonstrate the kind of challenges not only for AMNI as stakeholder and non-profit organization, but any other stakeholder where people are active in the second and third health market. Recommendation. Searching for a common basis across methods and ideally across systems of healing, some questions have to be asked about these differing understandings of health and approaches toward treatment, especially where these differences influence activity and offers on the health market. In addition to EU research project Cambrella and other activities, a cooperation of all those concerned is needed, not only to initiate a process of clarification as to which terms and definition are used, but also to work out a health political orientation and common goals. Evaluation on this survey may provide a basis for encouraging those involved in and affected by health policies to consider the need for a joint representation of holistic methods and services and take additional action. If one is to do right by the great number of service providers, the need to be included in the public health strategies, powerful description and positioning on their concerns, and as a result, active involvement in policies. In the face of current and expected political developments, both willing and able to formulate common goals and concerns, as well as translate them into concerted action, is imperative. Health service providers would have to be willing to work together to develop and formulate a sustainable offer of services, and need to identify and harness the chances of health economy. This would go a long way towards sustainability of methods and services, quality assurance, as well as both initial and advantage training. In this moment, I would say our ideas for the governments on national and EU we gave from the field of CAM, of traditional medicine, were not accepted. They were not even noticed. For even in this pandemic situation, the population, it's better to be afraid of a virus and wait for a vaccination than to give the people the chance to strengthen their immune system and to be aware of its own health possibilities, like shown in the presentation before. Now, Sabine Löhner-Jokic and Renate Köchlin-Dietrich suggest some new steps, some next steps. Agreement about working together towards a conformance of terms which describe both the individual practice and the individual understanding of health. The foundation of a think tank to establish terms, definition, and also a direction for the future. The search of common wording must be preceded by a reconciliation of the various definitions and an agreement on which political goals are to be pursued using the final terms. A market research is necessary, formulate common goals and a list of priorities. Suggestions for action to be taken in the future are inspired by the evaluation of the survey. See the detailed evaluation for further information on our website under anmi-ngo.eu. So you find it there, and thank you for attendance and all the best to you. Thank you.
Noro, děkuji ti za příspěvek, který...
Dear Nora, thank you for your contribution, which is a great topic for our platform. Also, ANMI is its a member. Now I would like to introduce another section, and it is connected with what has been already presented here. An important thing is to work, but it is equally important to introduce one's work. Otherwise, it's not visible. The terminology is something which is relevant so that people could understand what is being discussed and described, what specific disciplines cover, and what their methodology is. Therefore, the job which is carried by ANMI is very beneficial. I look forward to the situation when we will all be able to reach final results each discipline during the time when it was being formed somehow needed to be established, and such establishment took a certain time. And we have to hope that we also will be given time and space to establish our branches successfully. Now, I would like to welcome another guest, Dr. Getu Balakrishnan from India, who represents an Ayush research project at Vaidya Ayurveda College in Kottakkal in India. She brings an open-labeled, randomized control trial to assess the effect of a gut therapy protocol for managing dysbiosis in children with autism, which is a really interesting topic. Maybe some of us Europeans haven't understood fully that that this person is a female doctor, and now I would like to give her the floor.
Human body with its physiology is always a bunch of probabilities, and the same is with every pathology being multifactorial in origin, duration, and progression. Conceptual changes over disease-causing theories had shown a paradigm shift over these decades, advancing from the very first germ theory, stress-related theory, free radical theory, and to the most recent concepts of dysbiosis theory, of which autism spectrum disorders be no exception. A groundbreaking blow away to all the existing pathology theories was made by biologist Alana Collin in her bestseller entitled 10% Human, stating the presence of a third player which sits uncomfortably between nature and nurture, the microbiome. She bases her book title as 10% Human on estimation that the human cells in our body are outnumbered by microbial cells 9-1, making upon 90%. This riveting focus on the intricate relationship between microorganism and human body had drawn our attention, and it was with this in mind our entire research team, headed by our principal investigator, Dr. Dinesh K.S., Professor and HOD, Department of Kaumarapritya, Vaidyaratnam P.S. Vaidya Ayurvedic College, Kottakkal, from the state of Kerala, India, has embarked our journey of inquiry, which had eventually ended up in this clinical trial. Most respected dignitaries and my dear friends, a very good morning to all of you. Myself, Dr. Getu Balakrishnan, Senior Research Fellow to an Ayush extramural project under the Government of India, is to present before you on our thesis title, an open-label randomized control trial to assess the effect of an Ayurveda gut therapy protocol for managing dysbiosis in children with autism spectrum disorders. Moving on to introduction, autism spectrum disorders, a neurobehavioral disorder, has become a matter of global concern, now marked with an incremental surge in its prevalence, about 1 in 160, according to World Health Organization. Given the CDC, that is the Center for Disease Control, has reported an exponential increase in its prevalence since 2004, and based on them upon the projected data for the year 2020, the estimated prevalence is 1 in 54. A victim of virulent debates on etiologenesis and without reliable biomarkers, the treatment of AST still continues as a matter of speculation. Accumulating evidence on invariable connectivity between traits of autism and dysbiosis under the rubric of gut-brain axis is still continuing. Springing up of probiotic industry in the AST management affirms onto this bidirectional relationship. However, dysbiosis cannot be merely connected to biotic supplements. According to Bruce H. Lipton in his book, The Biology of Belief, has mentioned about a lot of factors having invariable connectivity, all of which could be encompassed to these 4 domains, that is the thought process of an individual, environmental factors, food and drinks, and the activities of daily living. So in this scenario, when the whole world is tumbling in the gloominess of autism spectrum disorder, let's have an overlook onto the dependency of the common mass on complementary and alternative medicine, that is CAM for the same, making upon 80.9%. Moving on to aims and objectives, it is to assess the efficacy of an Ayurveda gut therapy protocol in the management of autism features and the dysbiotic changes of gut microbiome in children who are suffering from ASD. And as a long-term objective, it is for the formulation of a non-linear comprehensive perspective model for the management of ASD. Moving on to methodology, this is a clinical trial which is being extracted as a short communication from an Ayush extramural research project funded by the Government of India, that is the Ministry of Ayush. And the sample size for the trial was 60, and the assessment criteria used in this trial are Childhood Autism Rating Scale, that is CAS, and 16S rRNA sequencing. The inclusion criteria includes all the parenting figures of children diagnosed with ASD based on DSM-5 criteria between the age group of 3 to 12 years with no discrimination of sex, religion, and economic status, and who are willing to give their written consent were included for the trial. However, all the children on anti-epileptic medications, probiotics, long-term or recent antibiotics, or ASD medications, and also all the children associated with comorbid conditions like cerebral palsy, mental retardation, other chronic neurological or metabolic disorders, and also children suffering from coma and paralysis were excluded for the trial. The entire methodology was being conducted in 3 phases as baseline phase, interim phase, and follow-up phase. In the baseline phase, initial screening was done and inclusion was done according to the DSM-5 criteria, and the exclusion was done already comorbid conditions, and the selection and randomization of the 60 selected subjects was done to the 2 groups of control and intervention with 30 participants in each. In the interim phase, multimodal intervention was done for both the groups, and for the control group, a 2-month protocol of speech occupational behavioral therapy along with parental guidelines for food and lifestyle modifications was given. However, for the intervention group, the same intervention along with 1-month Ayurveda medications using the 2 polyherbal compounds of Rajanyadi Churnam, which is a powder. Classical reference is present in the Ayurveda text, and the other one used was Vilbadi Gulika, which is a pill also having Ayurveda classical reference, was being administered. And in the follow-up phase, the assessment was done for the CAS and 16S rRNA sequencing for the stool samples, which was collected on the 0th day, 30th day, and 60th day. Moving on to the detailed methodology, during the baseline phase, screening and allocation was done, and during the interim phase, the protocol intervention was done, and in the follow-up phase, assessment was being done. In the baseline phase, the screening done by DSM-5 criteria for ASD cases, followed by preliminary data collection, eligibility assessment being done, followed by the informed assent being taken, followed by patient allocation. In the interim phase, the 2 already mentioned polyherbal compounds of Rajanyadi Churna and Vilbadi Gulika was being administered for a duration of 30 days, and the dosage was done as per Ayurveda posology, and these were administered along with lukewarm water thrice daily, 30 minutes before meal. And also a well-prescribed and structured food and lifestyle guidelines on the basis of Ayurveda epistemology was also being done. During the follow-up phase, they were advised to continue with the parental guidelines, lifestyle guidelines, and interdisciplinary interventions. The assessment was being done on, as already mentioned, on the 0th day, 30th day, and the 60th day. Now moving on to the result. Test of within subject effects for the different measures. There were almost some 15 measures under the CAS, and that was being done. And from the result of the mixed model ANOVA done using the greenhouse geyser test, it was found that the time treatment interaction was found to be very much effective, which means that the changes obtained from this trial was not caused due to the factor of time. And from the summary statistics for the different measures done under CAS, in autism features assessed through CAS, significant decrease was obtained in the mean score of the intervention group when compared to the control group with p-value less than 0.05. Now, from the result of the microbiome of 16S rRNA sequencing of stool samples, while comparing the top 10 genes obtained before and after treatment, we found that there was an increase in the presence of the beneficial bacteria of Bifidobacterium and a decrease in the presence of the pathogenic bacteria of Clostridium. This difference in the biomarkers points on to the establishment of a possible well-balanced equilibrium and an increase in the presence of beneficial bacteria like Bifidobacterium without affecting the co-location and co-functioning of microbiomes. Moving on to the discussion. Worldwide, till date, the most recent approaches known for the management of dysbiosis are FMT, that is fecal microbiota transplantation, and probiotics. However, in probiotics, with the replacement only done with the beneficial bacteria, much distortions happens to the naturally existing balance of co-location of microbiomes. In FMT also, a dominance of highly pathogenic bacteria is being reported. So today, the whole world is in the search of an alternative in the midway for the existing dilemma for the establishment of a well-balanced ecosystem. An inkling from this thought, fueled by our curiosity, has made us, our entire research team, to even undergo the 16S rRNA sequencing even for our Ayurveda polyherbal drugs of Rajanyadi Churnam and Vilvadi Guliga to uncover their beauty. Most astonishing results were revealed to us from the result of 16S rRNA sequencing by analyzing the top phyla in Vilvadi Guliga and Rajanyadi Churnam. We could find that these two drugs too encompassed the presence of pathogenic bacteria. However, till date, no single catastrophe has been reported related to these two time-tested drugs. More pragmatic and empirical attestations on this could be obtained from the annual turnover of these two drugs in the year of 2020 to 2021 in the mere state of Kerala alone, being 2,12,450 units for Vilvadi Guliga and 2,32,500 units for Rajanyadi Churnam. So we should understand that health and ill health need to be assessed clinically and not microbiologically. To conclude with, from all our research findings, we are the first crew universally to present on this postulation of establishment and administration of an entire ecosystem for the maintenance of a balance. And this is the first evidence-based Ayurveda treatment protocol for the management of ASD in the world, funded by Government of India. All our efforts on this way over these years have paved the way for the formulation of an Ayurveda protocol for the management of ASD, which is termed as Agastya Protocol. It's a non-linear, comprehensive, multimodal approach which include Ayurveda drugs, gut therapy, Ayurveda standards of living, training of parents, and yogic assistance. This Agastya protocol has been universally accepted and very recently presented in the Stanford University, California by our principal investigator, Dr. Dinesh K.S. I take this opportunity to express our entire sincere gratitude to all the officials and authorities of World Health Congress for giving us such a wonderful platform for presentation. So wishing you all a well-balanced ecosystem. Thank you.
Děkujeme za přání, které platí pro nás, pro všechny.
Thank you for your wish. And I believe that such a message will become a part of the platform, which I would like to show you again.
It is a platform of TCIM in healthcare, where such explorative initiatives bring great revelations, great discoveries. I was personally extremely intrigued by what you've just presented. And now I'll pass the floor on the next participant, Dr. Venkanto Narayan Joshi from the UK. He represents the Ayurveda University in UK, and his presentation is titled Ayurveda Food as Medicine in Long COVID Healthcare. So that is a most topical theme. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thomas, and giving me this opportunity. And let me share my screen. Yes, hopefully you all can see the screen now. I do not have much to present onto the screen, but you can see how significant is Ayurveda in terms of becoming the first protocol for the line of treatment in the rehabilitation of suffering from long COVID cases. Because being in UK more than 2 decades, and then working with Thames Valley University, and as well as with Middlesex University, from time to time, the graduation programs, BA Honours Degree Ayurveda in UK, BSc and MSc, Master's degrees in Middlesex University. Unfortunately, now we do not have this complementary and medicine health department in any university in UK, but still we are trying to enforce these traditional systems, as you heard Bamraji telling about how significantly the Indian government Ayush Ministry, in collaboration with UK government, is starting the new trials. As my previous speakers told about, significance of vegetarianism, significance of vegan, and significance of these clinical trials being properly done for different conditions. And it is time-tested condition now to answer many questions for this suffering and for long-term COVID conditions, what I am concentrating more upon now. And as you can see, what is food from Ayurveda point of view as an important pillar among 3, and food and nutrition, unlike with conventional thoughts, is a different approach as a holistic approach, and we must emphasize on its practice. So we get many patients being referred from consultants like Middlesex Hospital, Dr. Kulako, and who is a consultant rheumatologist, and so many patients on word of mouth. And when we get them, and we are considering what it is available sources in UK to intervene for different preparations. First, I would like to show what we have in UK and what we are using as a very can I change my slides? Right. Yeah. For example, can you see the slide over here? There are only just 10 which I have listed out to the fresh availability in the UK market. which Ayurveda can be extensively be using for these different signs and symptoms on the basis of the cardiovascular system, on the basis of the central nervous system, on the basis of the digestive dysfunctions, on the basis of respiratory syndrome, and all these conditions. These exemplified substances can be used virtually at different formulations for the restoration of the health for specifically suffering long COVID patients having signs and symptoms which are varying. There are so much of variations in the signs and symptoms. For example, I just wanted to mention about how significant the turmeric is. And everyone knows about antioxidant properties to antimicrobial, antiviral to anti-inflammatory, and so many health benefiting turmeric in fresh state and as well as in the dry state. But then say the fresh turmeric, how Ayurveda uses, like the two types of turmeric in salads like curcuma longa and curcuma amada, and day-to-day basis of using them in salads, and then mixing with the different ingredients. For example, what you are seeing on the list, the third example of Emblica officinalis, the Indian gooseberry, and which is a master fruit, number one dietary source and supplement to a medicinal value. You can have a compound formulations like Chyawanprash recipe predominated by this Indian gooseberry, and you can have a day-to-day based chutney preparations out of these fresh fruits. And these fruits from Asian countries, from Sri Lanka, India, these fruits from African countries, which are being freshly available all the seasons in UK. So irrespective of then the finding the source of like Indian gooseberries looking matured, yellowish in color, and not get much damaged. So there are quality assurances, Ayurveda, what it says, and how you select the food ingredient, how you make it. This is what we are trying to train our all batches of students coming out since 2001. I'm in this country and educating all our students practice food as medicine. So when I talked about this simple turmeric, how important a fresh and dry state to use. And the fresh state, if you, for example, mix it with this Indian gooseberry, and that forms as a principle in Ayurveda, which is Nishamalaki, as a Sanskrit name given for a simple combination of two ingredients, the turmeric and Indian gooseberry. That's it. So how you prepare it? According to the constitutional variations, according to the condition, according to the signs and symptoms, and then in general. Because Ayurveda is such a wonderful science which gives an answers from the food and nutrition basis of food distinguishing into three levels. The food and nutrition in Ayurveda is reaching in three levels. So the people who are relatively healthy, people from childhood to old age, people who are suffering and non-sufferers. So in health and disease, from child to old age, the universal way of the natural ingredients and natural sources. We know that there is only good food and bad food. What is good food and what is bad food? The good food is which is coming out in the nature, which is natural, and which is we are losing the natural chain by means of so much of genetic mutations, food available. But anyway, what it is a natural species with the Lord, with the grace of the nature in the cosmos being created on the planet Earth according to Ayurvedic principles. Then this natural medicine, which is good, and processed medicine is bad, then relatively in the natural medicine, what is good? Universally applicable for being healthy, to health promotion, rejuvenation, and people who are suffering to get rid of these ailments. So this way food becomes as a medicine universally applicable in one level, and then the second level of application is on the basis of constitutional variations, conditions. So whether what kind of suffering it is, what age it is, what kind of digestion system you have, then accordingly we prescribe the same food material in a different formulation. Then the third thing will come, no matter how you use it, the whole natural substance will become negative for health. For example, simple like a mangoes, a wonderful mango fruit as the season's finishing now is a cardiac shape, and it's a wonderful cardiac tonic. And it's a good nutrition for cardiovascular system. And it's pleasing the heart and mind, that the well-being of the circulatory system to health is instantly restored with a good sweet mangoes coming out from tropical belt. And then understanding this mango, what we are doing as a mango lassi. Then we can make it a mango tasty lassi with the yogurt based, lassi with the milk based, and so many different diversities for our own taste. And we can see the mango puffed up when it is mixed with the milk. It just thickened up. The bulking is physical evidence to see they do not go together. And Ayurveda gives this kind of knowledge when you say that what are all the fruits, when you mix it with the dairy substances, it will be negative. So understand these simple preparations and prescriptions as a fundamental principles Ayurveda nutrition has, and then successively to apply these rules and regulations for the long COVID patients to get success is a list of ingredients, what it is freshly available, how we blend. There's a huge science behind. So I talked about just one turmeric and with this Indian gooseberry as a means of nishamalaka preparation, as a frontline metabolic restoration for the diabetic patients to all sorts of systemic cleansing, with the alkalizing of the blood to the healing responses when you try to titrate it to the micro nano medicine level. So it's a grinding, blending that gives in Ayurveda is a lot of potential efficacy. Say, for example, if I try to blend in olive oil, try to blend in pumpkin oil, try to blend in sesame oil, try to blend in Nigel oil, try to blend in flaxseed oil, there's so much of diversity of application of quality change with the unctuous substances used for making a perfect chutney blend as a food and medicine, food nutrition, as supplemented day-to-day basis, whatever you eat, and that will be the wonderful supplement for respiratory to the digestive immunomodulations from the turmeric basis. So turmeric can be triturated in the lime juice, turmeric can be titrated in the honey, turmeric can be used with the boiled in the milk. The qualities will change. So how the turmeric is prepared, dry powder and in concocted basis, water-based extraction, fatty acid-based extraction, with the simple applications of the decoctions to the milk concoctions will make changes in the immune modulation system. So this is an implied sense of applied aspect of food and nutrition, which is very strong, comes from Ayurvedic theory. That we have to understand. So that way, the natural substances, good food or bad food, is on the basis of individually tailored constitutional variations and the conditions of health and disease in one way to see. In another way, we can universally apply all these natural substances which are very good for the health and disease from child to old age. For example, a good prepared ghee, which is processed with the betel leaves and moringa leaves from unsalted butter ghee, or the red rice and small mung beans and Himalayan pink salt, Indian gooseberries, and as well as this processed whole ginger and honey, and so many things to mention about as a source material from monocotyledonous to dicotyledonous, from 1 year old of the therapeutic values preserved in the grains and pulses. So these theories are ancient, which are thousands of years given wisdom. We have to understand that, and accordingly we apply, and then it will be a huge subject of food and nutrition for the restoration and well-being of the health who are sufferers from long COVID conditions like respiratory symptoms and cardiovascular symptoms, palpitations, headaches, digestive disorders, diarrhea and constipation, to the body aches and pains, to cough, respiratory distress for the breathing difficulties, and as well as the brain foggy conditions. Now you see how beautiful we have Ayurveda with this, like a Benin Casa Hispida #1, which is a best rejuvenating fruit, best brain tonic ever you can prepare. Indian like a ash god. The ash god coming from China, ash god coming from different countries, tropical countries from India, they all have a different qualities, but then select accordingly what is the size of the seeds inside or number of seed sizes inside. Then the ash is being tomatoes filled on top. We select accordingly, and that is just making as a fresh juice. 50 ml as a shots of fresh juice of Indian like Benin Casa Hispida, Kushmanda, and then mix it with the amalaki, that Indian gooseberry juice, and then licorice. So these are the technical way of Ayurveda prescriptions as a wonderful health shots, and experience it within 24 hours, you feel the difference. So Benin Casa Hispida juice with the fresh or dry as a source of Indian gooseberry, and then the licorice powder, and then supplement with kettle treacle or honey and as a morning shots, and you feel very refreshed with all the systems of nervous system to cardiovascular system, immunomodulation to the elimination kidney ureter bladder. And that is what the beauty of Ayurvedic food and nutrition can be prepared. Either it is being cooked food or it is being as a fresh juice and salads. So there's one example to see. So diversity of applications will be much, much bigger as you go on, like a king of the spice, like the ginger. And this one ginger can be modulated into many. When we were doing these practicals in Germany, and you can see this fresh ginger available, and using a big iron vessel and getting this calcium carbonate powdered substance. Calcium carbonate is a limestone, and embedded inside, and pouring the organic whole milk under the sun. This is the kind of practicals we did in the Munich and Germany to show how the layer by layer, when you transection and see after 1 treatment, 2 treatment, 7 treatments under the sunlight, changing the qualities of the ginger, and you can slice it and put it into a naked eye experimentation. And this is what the Shunti preparation in Ayurveda. And such a wonderful, simple remedies can be prepared all over the Europe and UK. This is what I am educating for students to bring down the quality of enhancement of this ginger and Himalayan pink salt, reaching out into terminal like elementary system, what the previous speaker talking about the microbiome and microbiota restoration, while balancing enzymes and hormones of digestive origin. And that is from the restoration of the gut with the oil-based or the food-based or the cooking-based ginger uses with the Himalayan pink salt is replaced with this processed ginger as Shunti with the 7 treatments under the sun, reaching into the musculoskeletal system. Shunti amavata haranam shreshtam sada lavanardakam bhakshayet bhojanagre. So these are the simple principles, what we take into consideration, and then accordingly prepare what it is available in the market, and then select the #1 quality. So I'm very sorry, Thomas, if I'm running out of the time, and I will take an opportunity to see how best these researches are going on, how best we can do a lot of work with the word of mouth, and how the nation is suffering, and how Ayush Ministry in collaboration with in UK government is coming up with the projects, and then we are trying to implement these principles of Ayurveda, what it is given here as a glimpse. I'm giving, there's a huge ocean. It's like a tip of the iceberg I gave with simple principles, what Ayurveda believe, and then we have to put into the time-tested means of utility-based Ayurveda rather than going into a big everything we cannot just prove within a short period of time, but can be evidence. This is evidence-based medicine. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Thomas. I'm very grateful to you, and all success for this future conference continuation. Thank you very much. Namaste. Hari Om.
Děkuji, Joshi, za tvůj příspěvek.
Thank you, Josh, for your contribution. I would like to express the honor to the spirit of nature, which gives us so many opportunities in our lives. It is also very vital to cover this area, which belongs to the section of education, which can bring the ability to use all these natural ways of treatment. Another speaker is Dr. Anurupa G. Nath, who is a research worker from the University of Kerala. Her contribution is about the identification of high affinity herbal compounds for the treatment of Alzheimer's disease with the use of an in silico approach.
A very good morning to one and all. The title of my presentation is Identification of High Affinity Herbal Compounds for the Treatment of Alzheimer's Disease and In Silico Approach. So, coming to the introduction, as we all know, Alzheimer's disease is a neurodegenerative disorder which is multifactorial of nature and challenging to modern medicine, and this is the leading cause of death worldwide. There is no effective drug reported so far. Even though vast research is going on in this field, no single successful drug is developed due to lack of specificity and blood-brain barrier crossing potential. But in Ayurveda, there is a class of rasayana therapy known as Medhi rasayana, which is known to be effective in treating neurological disorders. Also, the plants used for the preparation of Medhi rasayana is proved for their effect in managing neurological disorder by in vitro and in vivo analysis. So the idea is, why can't we integrate both of the medicinal systems together for a better outcome? That is by using the traditional wisdom and by applying modern informatic techniques in it. So that we can use the databases of traditional data, and using the informatic techniques, we can do molecular level analysis and also give a scientific validation. We can also check the drug efficacy and also predict the toxicity, and we can also use many metabolic pathways to select the target. So the hypothesis is that if Medhi rasayana is effective in treating cognitive disorders, Medhi plant components might have the potential to inhibit Alzheimer's disease target. The materials and methods are: for the plant selection, use the traditional data, and the phytochemical structures were derived from chemical databases like Upchem and ChemSpider. The target was selected according to its role in metabolic pathway of Alzheimer's disease. The target structure was retrieved from protein data bank, and the discovery studio was used for performing molecular docking analysis, and the parser was used to predict the selected compound's neurological activity, possible neurological compound activity. Also, the Lipinski filtering, ATMET parameters, and blood-brain crossing potential was also checked using Discovery Studio. Molecular dynamics simulation was done using Discovery Studio suite. This is Phosphate Charm 36. These are the plants we selected for our analysis, and these plants are these plants we selected according to Charaka and Shishruda Samhidas. The left-hand side, the graph indicates the hits we obtained from the PubMed for the plants used for Medhi rasayana, and it's clear that many of the plants were underexplored. And the right-hand side shows this interactive diagram, shows the proved neurological activity of each of the plants through in vitro and in vivo analysis. This the phytochemicals, list of phytochemicals we got For each plant, a total of 1047 phytochemicals. We go through literature analysis. This is how we selected the base one as a target. It's clear that base one acts as the starting precursor protein, starting protein for the downstream signaling. This is how the base one is a precursor protein and leaves amyloid beta monomers, which in turns join together as amyloid beta oligomers and amyloid beta plates. These are some features of our target proteins of having a 501 amino acid length. And there is a conserved hydrogen bonding network in the active site of this particular enzyme, that is a water molecule, then serine 35, then aspartic acid 32, then again a water molecule, then aspartic acid 228. It's known fact that any compound which can disrupt this hydrogen bonding network can potential to act as base one inhibitor. There is also a flap region spanning from valine 67 and to glutamate 77, which assists in substrate binding. This is the docking result we obtained. It shows that the compound 1 is having the highest docking score and compound 7 has the least binding energy. From the interacting residues, it's clear that most of the compounds interact with the critical residues, and system compound is the first reported drug against base one enzyme. Out of these 15 compounds we selected, 11 showed possible neurological activity according to the past prediction. This is the Lipinski filtering criteria, and it shows that the compound 1, 3, 4, 6, 8, 10, and 11 passed all the criteria set for. And this is the Ekman parameter, and shows that only the compound 3 and 11 from Pretoria ternata passed the Ekman, all the Ekman parameters. So we selected these two compounds for the further studies. From the interaction diagram, it is clear that both the compounds interact with the critical residues, aspartic acid 32 and 228. The third one is the reference that we have taken. It is clear that our compound is good enough to disrupt the hydrogen bonding network of the enzyme. The left-hand side diagram shows the network before docking and the right-hand side after docking. This is the molecular dynamic studies conducted for 16,000 picoseconds, and it's clear that our compounds are quite stable in the active site of the enzyme, and the deviation didn't go higher than 2.5 angstrom, which means they were stable. And the compound 573663, that is which is in blue in color, is much more stable than the other one. This is the superimposed image of our compound with the active form of the enzyme. And the right-hand side shows the superimposed image of our compound bounded structure with drug bound, that is inhibitor bound structure. And it is clear that in the first image there is a clear deviation, and in the second image the deviation is much low, which indicates that our compound has the potential to act as base inhibitor. So concluding the work, we would say that the idea is that consider the effect of megaresana plants in cognitive disease management. An attempt was made to investigate the inhibitory potential and pharmacological activity of active components of the plants. Out of the 15 compounds selected, 11 compounds have higher probability of activity in neurological disease management, and in that, 2 compounds satisfied pharmacological parameters to act as drug according to Lipinski rule of filtering and Ekman parameters. And also, both were stable in their active product according to dynamic simulations that is run for 16,000 picoseconds. Superimposed image clearly indicate the conformational transition which block the active form of enzyme. Also, because this work is in silico work, we need further wet lab validation. Also, our study indirectly gives a scientific validation to traditional data. So these are the future work. Of course, our work, since our work is predictive analysis, we need wet lab assay to confirm the results, and other compounds which failed in Lipinski filtering and treatment parameters can be considered for further pharmacological modifications. And also the other phytochemicals which showed least score in doping analysis can be considered for other targets of Alzheimer's disease like acetylcholinesterase, etc. These are some references. And thank you, University of Kerala, DBT BAF, and SACB for providing our fund. And thank you.
Velmi děkujem za vaše velmi kompetentní sdělení v oblasti, která je dnes
Thank you very much for this highly competent. Thank you very much for this highly competent contribution. Now we will welcome the last guest of this morning's program of our Congress, Dr. Ananta A. from India. She represents the state Ayurveda the government Ayurveda Medical College, Mysuru. And the title of the presentation is Effect of Ayurvedic Lifestyle and Therapeutical Interventions in Management of Rickets, a retrospective case series analysis. The floor is yours.
Namaste, one and all. I am Dr. Amrita. I am from India and I am representing Ayurveda. And I consider I am very fortunate. I am highly privileged to participate and present on the topic effect of Ayurvedic lifestyle and therapeutic intervention in management of rickets, a retrospective case series analysis. So this was done under the guidance of Dr. Dinesh K.S., Head of Department, Professor, Department of Kamarabritya, VPSV Ayurveda College, Kottakkal, India. As everyone knows that rickets is one of the burning public health issue, and it's been occurring in dozens of countries since past 3 decades. It is considered as one among the micronutrient disorders, and it is also being classified as several subtypes like hypophosphatemic rickets, that is vitamin D resistant rickets, as well as renal rickets. Even though there are several subtypes, nutritional rickets, that is due to the deficiency of micronutrients, is a major cause for a higher prevalence in many of the developing countries. And children are manifested with symptoms like wrist widening, malnutrition, stunted growth, as well as delayed growth. So the effective management of rickets needs proper and accurate diagnosis, and the current curative therapy and the conventional line of management includes calcium and phosphorus supplements. So however, it can be even seen in children even after receiving vitamin D, sunlight, and calcium supplements. So before going on to the Ayurvedic perspective of rickets, I want all of the people who is in this platform to look towards this BMJ article, that is Selling Sickness, the Pharmaceutical Industry and Disease Mongering. So we can see that disease mongering is something like a burning topic. That is a huge number of corporate pharmaceuticals are functioning for their expansion of markets. They can frame risk factors as disease. They will be portraying mild problems as severe pathology. They will be widening existing definitions for diseases, and they construct new category of medical illness. And there are, even though many pharmaceutical sponsored diseases are also in this present era. So at this time, concept of micronutrient deficiency, that especially the root cause of rickets, we can see a commercial perspective aspect of from the side of pharmaceutical companies. So biomedical science finds any kind of micronutrient disorder under malabsorption syndrome, where it is completely aiming at correction of metabolism. So once such a kind of medicine is acting on gastrointestinal tract, where it could correct the metabolism, majority of the pharmaceutical companies will be forced to withdraw their supplemental products. It is at this scenario, Ayurvedic protocol and relevance of Ayurvedic protocol becomes imperative. So coming to rickets and Ayurvedic perspective, in Ayurveda, that is the science of life or holistic system, consider any kind of micronutrient diseases under 2 perspectives, that is either due to inadequate nutrient intake or either due to defective bioutilization. We can say that normally micronutrient deficiencies may not be always due to the defective intake or uptake of any kind of micronutrients. So deficiency presentations can be considered under ineffective absorption, that is called as Shrotarota in Ayurveda, and either due to ineffective bioutilization, that is called as Agni Mandya. So intervention at the site of Agni Mandya, that means that is a site of metabolism, and further providing nutrient supplementation is a treatment line of Ayurveda. So the treatment protocol for Ayurvedic management of rickets is completely based on the grounds of fundamental Ayurvedic concepts itself. It is multifactorial, which is composed of internal medicines, procedural therapies, diet management, environmental modifications, giving much importance to mental health and considering activities of daily living. So purpose of my study was to know the effect of Ayurvedic treatment in pre-diagnosed cases of rheumatic children who attended OPD and IPD of VPSV Ayurveda College, Kottakkal during the period of 2014 to 2016. So the methods I used, as I told earlier, it was a retrospective analysis where we had 32 pre-diagnosed rheumatic cases and who the children visited OPD and IPD in the period of 2014 to 2016 in VPSV Kottakkal, Kerala. So the diagnostic parameters were completely based on clinical, biochemical, and radiological parameters. And only after getting it properly diagnosed, the treatment plan was started. Clinical parameters were the presence of craniotapes, bow legs, Harrison sulcus, rheumatic rosary, thickening of wrists and ankles, and frontal bossing. But we included increased serum alkaline phosphatase levels in blood, normal or low calcium and phosphorus levels, low serum 25-dehydroxycholecalciferol as in biochemical parameters. In radiology, clinician advised for posterior anterior view of bilateral wrist joint where cupping, fraying, and wedging of radius and ulna were also assessed. So Ayurvedic treatment, it is composed of 2 steps. That is one either through Shamana Chikitsa, which is completely aimed at improving metabolism, either through Deepana, Pachana, Shroto-Shodhana, Asthi-Dhatu Tarpana, and providing them Ayurvedic calcium supplements. And next was procedure-based therapies. So medicines for Deepana, Pachana, and Shroto-Shodhana were composed of Hinguvachari Churna, which has special affinity for Asthi-Dhatu Agni Mandya. That means working towards the metabolism that is happening at bony tissue level. And next was Adraka Swarasa, which has affinity for Jadra Agni, that is a digestive fire, to augment that fire. And next was Ashta Churna, which has specific action towards the digestive fire, and Gudadraka Leha, which helps to maintain Agni and which is also indicated for a long-term usage. So medicines for Asthi-Dhatu nourishment included was composed of Gandha Taila, which was Asthihita Rasayana. In Ayurveda, it is nothing but the rejuvenative therapy, that one we are aiming for bony tissue element. Next was Mahesha Dravakam, and next was Shundi Balakshira Paka, Maharasnadi Kashaya, and we also have some calcium supplements in Ayurveda, which are like Pravala Bhasma, Shanka Bhasma, Mukta Shukti Bhasma. And the procedure-based therapy were consisting as in the illustration, Udvartana, that is powder massage, was done for 7 days with Yavakola Kulatta Churna, Shashtika Churna. It was followed by Abhyanga, that is oil massage, with Lakshadi Taila and Karpasasthi Taila for 7 days. And again with Shashtikanna Lepa, which was also accompanied with Pipalyadi Taila Matravasti, which was given for 7 days. And the whole treatment protocol composed of bandaging as well at the specific joints where the children were having much difficulties, and bandaging with Lakshadi Taila, Shashtika Taila, Karpasasthi Taila, and Murivanna were used for that. And it was followed by Yoga Basti. It is nothing but rectal administration of medication. It was given for 8 days. So results were also astonishing. We analyzed the parameter called as cupping. The cupping was measured as per the visual analog scale measured by clinician, and it was later graded as mild, moderate, and severe. This was assessed after 6 months of intervention, and it has shown significant values. Fraying, which was also measured as per the visual analog scale, which was measured by clinical, later graded as mild, moderate, and severe. And it was also assessed after 6 months of intervention. It has also shown significant values. and recurrent upper respiratory tract infection were common in rheumatic children due to the declined immune status. And there are several studies we can see in PubMed index journals, like vitamin D deficiency and the relationship between declined immunity in children. So that was also assessed on the basis of diagnostic criteria by its definition based on current diagnosis and treatment in pediatrics of 18th edition of Lynch. And serum alkaline phosphatase level before the treatment, it was having a mean score of 836 units per liter, and it reduced in such a way that it ended in 234 units per liter. So discussion, I have to say that Ayurveda is a holistic, non-linear and a highly personalized system of medicine. And we consider any kind of nutrition deficiencies under this perspectives, as I told, like either due to deficient nutrient supply or either due to defective bioutilization. So a recurrent upper respiratory tract infection or underweight problem in children and Bowlegs were considered as defective nutritional errors. Recurrent upper respiratory tract infections were considered as a declined immunity in children, which was also considered as hallmark to assess the health status of a child. So the treatment protocol completely that was used in Ricket management was to augment bioutilization, and this concept of bioutilization is highly connected to concept of gut health, and equilibrium of gut health was maintained through Agni Dipti, that is augmenting the biodigestive fire, and which resulted in proper bioutilization of nutrients and restoration of declined immunity. So before concluding, I have also to say that mere usage of drugs will not prosper proper metabolism. We have to consider the following factors, like environmental factors, that we have to advise patients to get adequate sunlight, to get oil massages, and to follow diet that is Ayurvedic customized diet, and to and advising the patients' parents to give them a stress-free life for their thought process, and activities of daily living, like a daily regimen that is mentioned in Ayurveda, to go for proper sleep, to get food at proper time, and to go for regular exercises. So in conclusion, I have to say that Ayurveda treatment may be helpful in reversing pathogenesis of rickets, increasing metabolism, improvement of general health status, and it is not ideal to rely only on drug and diet-based therapy. It should be something that is multifactorial, and a personalized line of approach is required. So that is what I have to talk on this topic. And before ending, I have to say that Sarve Bhavantu Suginaha, Sarve Santu Niramaya, let all have a healthy and good life. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution, which can help many patients in need. Now I would like to show you the poster session, and we will have a lunch break. But before we start another part of our program, I would like to reply to the question which was shared in chat. I would like to explain that after the registration into the 3D environment online, the poster hall will be available through the door or through the button in the bottom bar. Then you will see the messages in the upper bar of the screen. As regards poster presentations, the award for the best poster will happen during the ceremonial end of the Congress. We will continue in 1 hour at 20 past 1 of Central Europe time.
Vítám diváky našeho Kongresu zdraví 2021.
So welcome to the viewers and to the participants of our Congress Prague 2021. We will start our afternoon's panel, Health in Mind. It's my greatest pleasure to have the opportunity of welcoming Sister Jayanti Kirpalani from the UK. She is the administrative head of Brahma Kumaris Global Cooperation House. Her presentation is titled Raja Yoga Meditation and its impact on health and well-being. Sister, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Many thanks, Professor Thomas Pfeiffer. It's a pleasure and honor to be with you. Can everybody hear me? Okay, good. Thank you for this warm invitation to join this session. And yes, definitely, Raj Yoga is the way that we're able to bring health to mind and body. And towards the end of the session, I'll explain a little bit about Raj Yoga, but it's ancient wisdom for modern times. But now for the first part, I want to talk about a little bit, and you have experts that know more about all of this than I do. I specialize in the spiritual side, but I know that spirituality has a deep impact on mind, but definitely also body. The two are very intimately connected, of course. Whatever the soul is thinking, experiencing, feeling, has an immediate impact through, of course, the brain and then the circuitry in the body, the nervous system, the electrical system, all the systems that the divine created to keep us safe and well. And the mind has an immediate effect on these systems, and therefore absolutely every single organ of the body is impacted. And especially at a time such as this, in which we are going through the huge effect that the pandemic has had on all our lives, there cannot be a single individual across the world who would say that, no, it hasn't impacted my life in any way at all. And yes, even though we live in a spiritual organization full-time, yet I know for sure that it impacted our activities in a major way, and of course, travel and the economy. And so whatever's going on in the mind impacts the body, but equally, whatever happens to the body has a huge impact on the mind, plus everything that's connected with our way of living. And so just to say that when we become afraid, then that fear has a dual impact. The fear has an impact on my immune system, and the immune system is very definitely damaged. And through Raj Yoga, we've seen how immunity can be enhanced again, but also other factors. For example, apart from the fear that seems to be prevalent worldwide, another thing that happens at the present time is the huge amount of stress that everybody is experiencing. Now, whether it's the women in the family who have to continue with working from home for their jobs and employment, and then at the same time juggle with taking care of the household, but also teaching their children. Now, we could never have imagined that mothers would have to become full-time educators. And of course, fathers have been helping in all of this too. But the worry and anxiety that all of this has created has meant that there's a huge energy slump. And of course, the heart is impacted when there is worry and anxiety in a big way. Blood pressure, heart, all of these things are impacted. But also, instead of being able to say, okay, now kids are back at school, now the workplaces are open, but of course, there's now a new thing to take into consideration. Now the travel to work and the concern about the children traveling to school. Now, all of these things mean that although energy has been totally depleted, in what way can we do to recover from this? But instead of a time of recovery, certainly for parents, and some husbands perhaps take their full share of responsibility for children and also the housework. But I know that in many cultures, it's still very much a woman's role, both the taking care of children as well as the household. So we haven't been able to give anyone a break, but rather now they're thrown into another situation in which there has to be a new realignment, a new configuration in which to cater for all of these different factors. And then we see that when there's worry and anxiety and fear, then probably there's a huge amount of suppression of anger. And again, we're seeing that when anger is suppressed, especially when it's suppressed, then it impacts the liver. And as I say, you have experts who deal with all of these effects. And so it's impacting the whole physiology of the human being at the present time. And so my concern is, yes, people should be aware that there is a mechanism that deals with all these stresses within the human consciousness, because it starts in human consciousness, and then, of course, it's able to impact the full physiology. I'd like to share a couple of stories that illustrate how recovery can be aided by spirituality and meditation. And yes, the Raj Yoga teachings deal with a universal spirituality and also a meditation which reaches across all borders and boundaries into every color, every culture, every race in the world. And this is because spirituality is at the heart of every tradition. We share the same values as human beings. We share the same hopes and desires and fears and anxieties as human beings. And although the color of our skin, which is actually 1/16 of an inch deep, although that may be different, the color of our blood, our sweat, our tears is actually identical. And further than that, from the early part of the 2020s, we discovered that the human genome is the same worldwide. And even where there are races that may have similar genomes, generally speaking, the genome is the same worldwide because we are a human species. And of course, spirituality will say that more than that, we are actually one human family. And so we belong together. And as such, when we understand this, we can support each other no matter what else may be going on politically or any other factor that may otherwise divide us. But that relationship of brotherhood means that we can reach across those boundaries and barriers that have divided us in the past and today say, yes, truly, we know that we are one family. And so spirituality says, if there is faith, faith in destiny, faith in the self, faith in some higher being, some higher consciousness, then of course we don't need to have worry and anxiety. We can make sure that with the power of faith, we're able to maintain an equilibrium within our consciousness. And that equilibrium means that we can manage under the most challenging of circumstances, because the power of faith has been proven to move mountains. If you have faith, then yes, anything is possible. The impossible changes and becomes very much a possibility. But also the fear. Allow worry and anxiety to accumulate, and over a period of time, it becomes a fear that's there. And sometimes people say to me, I don't think I'm afraid of anything. But then the condition of the kidney say, well, there's something quite wrong. And so fear has penetrated down to a subconscious level and is impacting the physical organism. And so the power of faith, and two stories that I'd like to share of my own personal experience, and I'm sure all those watching and listening will have their own stories also. And the first one goes back a long way, maybe to the early 80s. And at that point, I had been traveling with the lady who later became the head of our organization and lived to be 104 and only passed away last year. And she was serving till the end of her days. Her name was Dadi Janki. So I had been a couple of times to Brazil before, but it was her first visit. And it was an interesting situation of translation from Dadi speaking Hindi to myself speaking English and the translator into Portuguese. But we worked out a system so that audiences would hear the sound of Dadi's voice and feel that energy. And I would be carrying a translation kit so that I was translating just for the Portuguese translator. And it was her voice in their language, local language that people were hearing. So we thought we'd got everything sorted out beautifully. But of course, life has its own purpose and meaning and flow. And so things intervened and I became very ill the very first day after arriving there. And they had a doctor who was a meditator who was taking good care. And so he made sure there were blood tests and all of this, but also he would give me an injection, and until the results come through for a few days, by then probably after 4 days, we were meant to leave. So, and every evening there were major events lined up in very beautiful venues for Dadi. And a woman of that caliber reaching across to South America in the early 80s was something quite significant. They'd had men teachers coming from many parts of the world, including India, but perhaps it was their first time meeting a woman spiritual leader. And I became very ill, very high fever and nausea, the whole thing. A doctor would come half an hour before the event, inject me and drive me to the venue. Dadi would have gone on earlier. And of course, there was communication through love, through smiles, through the mind. And so that was happening anyway for Dadi. I would translate for Dadi for an hour, and then I would come back again before the mingling and the goodbyes and farewells, etc. And so for a space of 2 hours, I was okay. Then I was out of action again. And I spoke to this doctor and I said, well, what is it? And he said that, well, we are not quite sure. And it's probably a virus. And I said to him, is it that when doctors can't find a specific label, then they just say it's a virus? And he laughed and said, well, in this case, it's true. We haven't been able to identify anything, so we're assuming it's a virus. And when I got back to England, I asked a person who actually was quite renowned, and he was sharing our platform for meditation and medication. And he more or less told me the same thing. He was a medical MD, but he was also well tuned to Chinese and complementary therapies. And so he said that, well, one of the reasons why viruses have been around since the beginning of time, but they don't have an impact on the human body until and unless there are toxins within the body and the mechanisms aren't working well. And so the water we drink, the air we breathe, the food that we eat, we can try and make it organic, but yet still there's an impact of the entire environment. And so because human bodies have been impacted so strongly with all these toxins through the way of life that we've been having, and this is worldwide, not just in one country, but it's across the world. And he said it's because of this that people don't have the resistance to viruses anymore in the way that they used to. And of course, viruses are very much part of the story of the pandemic today. But I was hearing about viruses way back then. The name of this person, some of you might have known him, Dr. Jan de Vries. And he actually was a survivor of the Holocaust. So he said that I know that God saved me for a purpose, and that was to help humanity deal with both physical ailments as well as ailments of the mind. And I didn't learn about ailments of the mind so much from medical school, but since then I've been engaged in many different complementary therapies, and they have taught me the things that I know about that. So the remarkable thing was that I wasn't getting well. On the last day, we had to travel from San Paulo to St. Thomas, the same name, but that's in the Virgin Islands. And the journey was through Venezuela. You had to change flights. It was quite a long journey. And I said to Daddy, let me call someone from New York so that then they can meet you in Venezuela and travel with you further. I'm not sure whether I can travel. And what Daddy did was put her hand on my forehead and just go like this, very gently. And she said to me, you'll be fine by this evening. And I know that a yogi very often has healing hands, but this was my practical experience. She went off to conduct the meditation and the class that was gathered. A couple of hours later, she came back, and I had slept properly for 2 hours at that time. And I was able to say to Daddy, yes, I'm going to be fine. And sure enough, when we traveled that night, I was able to manage. And so I can see how the power of the mind, not just of the patient, but the power of the mind of the healer and the power of faith was able to perform amazing wonders. But of course, yes, she was also absolutely free from worry, anxiety, and fear, and no thought about why did this happen? Shouldn't have happened like this. How did it work? And then some years later, I used to travel quite a bit. Now I'm definitely going to reduce my carbon footprint, and we've managed 1.5 years without too much travel. So it's possible to continue in this way, I'm sure. But at this point, I was in San Francisco. And you know how the fog suddenly comes down in San Francisco. And what happened at that point was the person driving was a very experienced woman, and she'd been driving for years and years and lived in San Francisco for many years. So she knew the lay of the land, and she was driving a big, quite heavy car. And the fog suddenly came down, but also partly because we were having quite an intense conversation. She didn't realize that the lights that she was seeing flashing in front of her in the fog was actually a stationary vehicle. And so drama, and there was an impact, and I could taste something salty on my lips. And after a few moments, I realized it was blood, and it was flowing without stopping. And finally, I mean, we had some help, and they wanted to take me to the hospital, and I could see that it was important to go. So go to the hospital. And in fact, what happened was that I needed stitches here. Long story short, but the doctor who was treating me, and it was still those old-fashioned threads that you could feel the needle going in, coming out, and the thread being pulled and so on. But he told me they couldn't give me anesthesia because it was on the face and it had to be natural, otherwise there could be more damage. And he said, just lay as quietly as you can. And I began my meditation, focusing here and just letting that healing energy reach through the body and keep it still. And of course, the power of tolerance of pain increases when you experience this healing light, but also this detachment from the body. And that was fine. Afterwards, he, of course, asked me, are you a meditator? And I said, yes. And it became, of course, a point that he was very well aware of. Now it was Friday afternoon, and I had to go to Los Angeles and then on to New York on the Monday. And we were wondering whether that should all carry on. But Monday morning, I was able to go and have the stitches removed. And the doctor was quite surprised that things had settled in that way. And he says, of course, you're a meditator, and what's your lifestyle? And of course, yes, vegetarian, sattvic food and drink and so on. And so that, I'm sure, helped greatly. But when I arrived in Los Angeles, traveling alone, gone to the television studio for this event, and the interviewer just looked at me and said, you must have had a bad cold. You've got a bit of a thick lip. She didn't notice anything else until I shared the story with her. And then the red-eyed flight from LA to New York, and everything was fine. I don't think such a fast recovery would have been possible were it not for meditation and a spiritual lifestyle. And so I'm sure many of you have had experiences of this, and more intense than my own. I'd like to quote something else that I've heard about, and this is from people who do medical research. And what they've said to me is that cancer, for example, before the onset of the disease, maybe 18 months prior, the individual has been through a major traumatic experience. And that has actually then created the cancer. And so since it's created out of trauma in the mind, then surely the mechanism for remission would also be something that can happen in the mind. And especially in the Netherlands, they've done a huge amount of research on all of this. And certainly one woman I know who had cancer when she was in her 70s, she lived to be 90 plus and just passed away a couple of months ago, a yogi. And again, one of the heads of our organization. So I know that the power of the mind can have a huge impact. And this is not to deny the value of the science of medicine and the diagnostic skills that we now have in place, which we didn't have 100 years ago. But over the last 50 years, our skills in that way, or the technology that has been developed for medicine, has had a huge impact in a very positive way. So yes, definitely, there's a need for science. There's also a need for the regular medicine, but more than that, there's a huge amount of help available from different therapies, but also from spirituality and meditation. And I'd like to explain a little bit about how all of this works now. In the understanding of Raj Yoga, we see two things functioning absolutely together, and that is spirit and body. And of course, many would say, but what about the mind? And I'm sure there are many, many different philosophies, and I've come across several, but I also know that each one of those philosophies and whatever it is that suits you and you believe in is going to be effective for you. And that's absolutely valid. So this is not to deny the value of any other system, but just to share that certainly within the system of Raj Yoga, I would say a modern interpretation of Raj Yoga, our experience, my personal experience, is that there are two things that are functioning together. One is the body, the human, and the other is the soul, the being. And everything that is connected with the being, my thinking, my feeling, my awareness, my consciousness, my memory, my conscience, my personality, all of this is embedded within this infinitesimal spark of consciousness, which resides here in the center of the forehead. And of course, the image behind me gives you a little flavor of that, but images can only be large. But something which is infinitesimal, no length, no width, no breadth, no height, just a spark of consciousness. But within that nano entity, thing is merged, all the experiences of the living being. And so this is the being, and it is the being that impacts the brain and all the other mechanisms, and through that has an impact on the body. And so when I go into the awareness of the being that I am, instead of the human doing that we are accustomed to, it's so valuable and important to really be able to focus on this being and feel that original energy of the self that this being carries. Peace, love, truth, joy, and purity. And when one is able to connect with the self, then yes, we're able to change the system of operation of the body, because all of these qualities bring peace and calm and joy and purification to all the organs. And so I want to thank you all for giving me this wonderful opportunity. And I appreciate very much the work that all of you are so passionately engaged in. I think being involved in something like this is a service of love. It's not work, it's service from the heart, and it touches the hearts of all others. So much appreciation and thank you. Om Shanti.
Velmi děkuji za pohled.
Thank you very much for the perspective which spirituality brings into our lives. The next contribution is going to be linked to the realm of spirituality. It's titled Biotronics, Hope and Disease for the 21st Century. I would like to start it with a quote. The only medical art is to cure the patient. And it does not matter what form will be chosen. This was stated by Hippocrates, whose promise is followed by every doctor nowadays. At the beginning of all knowledge, it is experience which lies there. The strongest experience is the personal one. Far away from busy roads and streets, there is a blossom which flourished in Prague, which I am bringing you as a gift, because flowers should be treated, cared, and watered. Not just because we might need them ourselves. Please smell that beautiful scent from them. At present, many people make experience with oncology. Are we really sure that we do not need the flower? My contribution is titled Biotronics, Hope and Disease for the 21st Century. At present, a sharp increase in oncological diseases is reported in all over the world. This proves that the root of the illness has not been identified yet. Therefore, we are not able to influence this root cause significantly, despite the indisputable success in prolonging the patient's life. During my life, the prevalence of tumors has risen from 10,000 to the current 100,000 annually in the Czech Republic, which means that the prevalence has increased by 900%. This number reports the urgency of the situation. In my presentation, I will show another possible perspective of this topic. It is supported by a result originating from the practice of my branch called Biotronics. Biotronics was created after 1945 in Prague. Its principles were formulated by Mr. Josef Zazulka on the basis of his deep philosophical knowledge. Biotronics belongs to the field of energy or spiritual healing. It is based on the existence of biological forces that accompany every living matter. By appropriate application of the forces, the function of cells, organs, and the body as a whole can be influenced. Zazulka formed a comprehensive system for the description of these biological forces, biotronic pathology, and an educational system for future biotronists, magnetists, and senatists. If we ask ourselves what a disease is, we can say that it is a disturbance of the equilibrium state, homeostasis. Its consequence is a loss or weakness of the body's natural defensive resistance against external or internal influences, a weakness of the internal vital forces of the body, and the consequent weak, poor, or chaotic function of the internal organs. Writes Josef Zazulka in his contribution to the International Omnibus of the International Symposium in Prague, 1973. His therapeutic results proved the efficiency of the field he had created. He had remarkable success in treating a wide range of diseases, some of the most important being tumors, multiple sclerosis, Crohn's diseases, and many others with a predominant cause in a vital force deficiency. In the spirit of the slogan of our Congress, which is health knows no boundaries, let's seek what unites us, I would like to draw your attention to these important case studies. Patient Stanislav, hospitalized in the inpatient ward of the hospital in Vimperk with the diagnosis of the cancer ventriculi and colostomy in the terminal stage of the disease, unable to get out of bed and eat. He was treated biotronically by Josef Zazulka for 14 days. Full revitalization occurred. The patient got out of bed, started eating again, and then rapid epithelialization occurred at the site of the colostomy outlet, which closed spontaneously without the surgeon's intervention. The intestine reconnected so that the stool started leaving the body in a natural way, as the medical report indicates. It was in 1982. I was diagnosed with sclerosis multiplex at the age of 19. My father had to carry me to the toilet, to the bathroom, dining room, because I was not able to handle it myself. They looked for a place where I could live. I was told that there was no possible aid for me, nothing could be done. After a series of biotronic interventions, I was able to walk from my room to the living room, being supported by my father. If there hadn't been for my parents and for him, I wouldn't be alive nowadays, or I would be fully handicapped in a sort of hospice. You understand, thanks to him, I was reborn again. So this was highly positive experience, similar to the last case study of a patient, Ms. K. Her tumor disappeared during 10 sessions with Mr. Zazulka. I was diagnosed with a malign tumor 7 years ago, so I turned to him, and after 10 interventions, after 10 cures, I was completely all right. The tumor really disappeared. It had diminished gradually, session after session, and after those 10 interventions, it disappeared entirely. I am completely healthy without any doctor's intervention. Also, my father-in-law was biotonically treated by Mr. Zazulka. He had been diagnosed with a malign brain tumor on the left side of his brain. His symptoms were a loss of stability, digestion problems. His state was really serious. And then Mr. Zazulka cured my father-in-law successfully as well. It happened some 10, 12 years ago, and my father has been enjoying a healthy life since then. If one does not have a direct experience with this method, it seems to be something strange, something supranational, which one probably would not believe in without having own personal experience. Such experience even leads to a change in approach towards other people. Simply one is different, maybe thanks to the fact that he has been reborn. Zazulka understood the pathogenesis of the tumorous cell, and therefore he primarily treated the actual cause of the disease and not and only in the second part of the procedure he focused on the tumor, which is only the underlying disease, not the cause. And this is true in all histologic cases. He saw the cause in insufficient function of cancerogene expression by the liver, then in the malfunction of the brain, morphological centers. That's why precancerous tumors are often benign, and also in the irritation of the cell, mechanical, chemical, hormonal, microbial through radiation, which accelerates the metabolism of the cell, leading to increased deposition of the cancerogene in the cell nucleus, depending on the porosity of cell membranes. Genetics is only relevant for a small proportion of diagnosis. Exhaustion, stress facilitate the development of the disease, but they are not the cause of tumorous formation, similarly to any life imbalance. It is necessary to distinguish between the cancer process itself, which is the root cause, and its manifestation, the self itself. This way, a real prevention can be worked out. Zasluga promoted an anti-cancerogenic diet, which was based on the knowledge that cancerogens substances are created during strong heating of food, during smoking, roasting, and frying food. Therefore, for example, he banned smoked meat, salami, ham, smoked cheese, everything roasted, including concussions made from roasted things, coffee, malta, cocoa, chocolate, all fried, all roasted. Cut off the crust of the food, which must be eaten in the baked form. Other pastry must be pale, not baked completely in a minimal quantity. Avoid canned food with benzoic acid. Avoid concentrations of exhaust fumes, tar. Do not sunbathe. Now, consume a lot of raw food. If any food is prepared in the kitchen, it should be done only by cooking or stewing. The principle is that food should contain water before it is put on the fire. The diet must be followed according to Józef Zasluga very strictly, because the patients to whom it is given are already hypersensitive to the substances contained in the forbidden foods. It is a palliative diet. Even a slight non-compliance can greatly jeopardize or prevent the healing process. Zasluga was kept secret and censored all his life. Despite this, you can rarely find publications he contributed to. Links can be found in the chat. As his pupil and successor, I would like to present you with two case studies. Mrs. Mary, who had inoperable stomach adenocarcinoma. The operation in 1991 led to the discovery of a large adenocarcinoma obstructing the patency of the stomach, adherent to the posterior abdominal wall, and also occupying the duodenum. During the surgery, a palliative procedure, gastroenteroanastomosis, was performed to restore patency. All oncological treatment was abandoned due to the extent of the tumor and the patient's poor physical condition. She was discharged from hospital with a prognosis of maximum 2 months life expectancy. Biotromic treatment started in May 1991. She was brought to Prague 3 times a week by her family, and she was unable to move on her own. Her condition improved gradually. She did not need a doctor and did not take any medication for 19 years. 19 years later, screening methods showed an 80 centimeters large spherical mass clearly demarcated in the stomach area. She survived the disease by 23 years. Another important case study was Mr. Joseph, born in 1951. a radical surgery of a melanoma and sentinel node from April to June 2005, a local antilymphatic progression, July 2005, hyperthermic perfusion with chemotherapy, February 2006, redissection of the left inguinal region because of further progression. 2006 positron emission tomography, progression to the groin and the small pelvis, 4 cycles of palliative chemography. 2007 discontinuation of cancer treatment for permanent progression of the lesion. From 2007 to 2010 biotronic treatment. And then in 2010, positron emission tomography didn't show any pathological findings. October 2018, an oncological examination with a favorable finding. Patient is still alive to the date, 17 years since the diagnosis. I think that even a single case of a tumorous process of this kind would be worth studying. Statistics, when evaluating evidence, is the queen of scientific work along with references. If you search for a diamond, you can sift through billions of tons of rock and find none. Yet jewelry stores are full of them. A study does not create reality, it only describes it. So reality itself is independent of the study, unlike human knowledge. Skepticism protects against error, but in its unhealthy form, it is the greatest obstacle on the path of knowledge. God be with you. I started bleeding from my mouth. She left for the pneumonia ward. Then the doctor diagnosed her with bleeding from her mouth. The head doctor called me and she gave me bad news about a malign tumor in my lungs. After the 8th chemotherapy treatment, I was diagnosed with a very poor condition of my leukocytes. After the following 3 weeks, I was told that our mother would never return home. I have to stick to the handrail. He has such an energy. I undertook some blood tests and my daughter called the doctor. And after the biological treatment, I was informed that my leukocytes were already in a very good condition again. She received repetitive biotronic treatment after each month, and she had a very strong will and she survived. Now I'm going to visit Mr. Pfeiffer again. And I have been alive for 13 years. It's been already 13 years. Please do not think that this is sort of my personal presentation. This is an attempt to demonstrate possibilities which are not very common. And now let's move on to the second part of our program. And now I would like to welcome Dr. Suresh Swarnapuri from the European Ayurvedic Academy. He is going to speak about the support of brain media rasayanas. The floor is yours, Mr. Professor.
Namaste, everybody. Thank you very much, Professor Thomas, for inviting me. and you're my good friend, and we know each other since a long time. It's a pleasure to be with you all. It's a wonderful platform to speak about Ayurveda. Whatever the little knowledge I have, I would like to share with you. I'm Professor Dr. Suresh Varanapuri. As they already mentioned, I'm president of Europe Ayurveda Academy, France, and I'm also executive director for UK Association Ayurveda Academy, UK. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for letting me in for speaking today. So today our topic will be, and first of all, before going to my topic, I would like to congratulate Professor Thomas for doing excellent job in his field and curing so many people in Prague and elsewhere in the Czech Republic. Wonderful, sir. Congratulations for you. So let me open my PPT. Yeah. Can everybody can see this PPT, please? Can everybody can see? Okay, great. So I think I have only 24 minutes or 25 minutes time slot given because the subject is so vast. So I would like to sum up the things. So what does Ayurveda? This is a very interesting point I'm trying to mention in Ayurveda. Some of you know about Ayurveda, I'm sure, how it acts on the brain. There's a specialized science which is neurologically a very evolved science, Ayurvedic science. So what's the topic today? Promotion of cerebral nutrition. How do we promote cerebral nutrition? The brain needs energy. The brain needs nutrition. In fact, their mental faculties, we talk about the mental faculties, needs nutrition. The nutrition we don't have any nutrition for the brain, actually speaking. We get only information from outside, but there is no nutrition in evolved modern medical science. There is no nutrition topic is there for the mental faculties. This is something unique in Ayurveda, which they explored 5,000 years ago. So I'm going to explore the different dimensions of the mental faculties and what are the herbs. We call it as major rasayanas. What are the herbs which are used to promote the mental faculties to functioning properly? Because mental faculties are very important. Mental faculties are very important for the survival of brain as well as the physical faculty, physical physiology. So how does Ayurveda promote the nutrition in the brain? Let's see it one by one. So lots of rasayanas, you must have heard about the rasayanas, means it's a kind of cellular rejuvenation therapy. You know, every cell in the body, whether it is in the brain cells or in the individual, in the physical level cells, they need a nutrition. How do we give? Does the nutrition comes only through the food? No. Ayurveda doesn't say that only food is the nutrition for the body. It is not correct. It's only 30 to 40% the food acts as a nutrition to the body. What else we can do? What are the factors which can increase the nutrition level to the mental faculties? That we will see. Before going to that, let's see. In Ayurveda, in Yogic sciences, it's very nicely they written 16 types of constitutions. I hope all of you know this. Out of that, 4 are very important. It's been mentioned in the 4 mental faculties are there, which is called manas, buddhi, ahankara, chitta. Manas is mind and buddhi is intellect and ahankara is the identity of the human being and chitta, which is consciousness. So these 4 aspects are mentioned in Ayurveda, and these are the mental faculties which makes the human beings to function mentally and physically. Mental faculties are not just for the mental purpose, but also for the physical level. It's very important. Let's see how it goes. So what is intellect? So we come to straight away to the buddhi. The second one, buddhi. The manas is the first one, that is the mind. And second is buddhi, that is intellect. And third is ego, that is ahankara. And fourth one, chitta, consciousness. So the mind, which is externally located, which is externally receiving all the sensory perceptions of entire body, it receives the sensory perceptions and this information is translated, transformed, and it is sent to the buddhi, which is the intellect. So intellect is also called as Meda in many shastras. If you go to the lot of authoritative books in Ayurveda, it's been mentioned this word called Meda. Let us see what is that. This buddhi or Meda, intellect, they all come to the same level. What is intellect? Intellect is the one which discrimination process it does. It receives the information from the mind and it discriminates all the information and sends the information to the physical level, to body, to make the body to function. Also, intellect forms a bridge between the mind and the consciousness. It transforms all the information from the mind, and this information is decoded. The sensory perception, which is received externally by the mind, which is being decoded, and this information is passed through the intellect. And this intellect, what it does is, it's like a cutting instrument. It's like a cutting instrument. It just dissects the information, what you receive from the externally. And this dissected information is being sent to the different parts of the body, different parts of the organs, entire soft organs in the body, which includes the brain, lungs, heart, liver. All the organs receive this dissected information. Once the information is dissected, then this residual information is passed on through the chitta. It is the ego, the identity of the human being, right? So identity of human being is the person who handles the intellect. So this point, I would like to mention one important point. What is stress? Stress is nothing but the inability to manage our own thoughts and emotions. So the intellect is directly related to the stress, what we are happening in the world now. So that's why the intellect has been given a lot of importance in Ayurveda, how to promote the intellectual level. Intellect means it's not just you using sharp brain. No, intellect means here how to nourish them to make the mental faculties work properly. Let us see what are the books it's been written in Ayurveda about this. So there is a book called Dalhana, which is ancient scripture, which also explains about the Buddhist intellect and the type of intellect is specialized in retention ability. If you see the mental faculties, how they function, the manas which receives the information, and this information is stored. So the manas also have a memory, mind, and also intellect has a memory. So the storing of the memory happens in these three factors of mental faculties, the storage of the mental memories. So what it does exactly, let's see the next point. Amara Kosha, the famous ancient work on synonyms, suggests that Meda is a type of intellect retaining the knowledge. So one is receiving the knowledge externally, retaining the knowledge, and recollecting the knowledge. These are three types of sequential faculties, functions happens in the brain. Let us see what is it. The expression of Meda originates from Medro Sangame. It's a Sanskrit word. It's a Medro Sangame, where it is mentioned Meda, the faculties, they all converge together to receive the information is decoded. What are the information received from outside? All the five sensory system is being decoded here. And also in Shabda Kalpa Druma, derives the word called Medhya from Meda. Medhya are from Meda. Meda is intellect, and Medhya is the one where we use certain herbs and everything which promotes the intellect level. That we will see now. Manduka Upanishads. In the Upanishads, most of you know in Vedas, Upanishads are there, Vedas are there. In Manduka Upanishad, it clearly considers Buddhi as and Meda as synonyms. They consider both as equal. So the intellect is a very, very important instrument. Intellect is a very important faculty, which is important for the functions of the brain as well as the other soft organs in the human physiology. Highlighting the importance of the Buddhi, the Upanishads state that all factors binding the soul. So what it does is intellect, the information which is gathering from outside, it connects with the consciousness. But consciousness do not have any memory. till ego, till ahankara, till ego, we have memory. All entire human evolution, human functions, everything, the activities of the human, it works on the memory which is stored in the brain, right? So memory is not only stored in the brain, the memory is also stored in the entire body. In every cell has a memory. So only the consciousness, chitta, which is devoid of memory. Absolutely no memory will be present in the consciousness. That's why we call it as higher level state of consciousness. Completely absence of memory. So this state is it is called as spiritual state. That is the reason all the yogis, meditators, they're doing meditation, they're doing yoga to attain this state of mind, state of consciousness, where their memory is totally absent. But what to do? Everybody cannot go to that state. So how to survive then? How we can survive this kind of intellect? Enormous neurological evolvement happens in thousands of years. The human brain is enormously evolved. So there is a huge neurological transmissions are going on in the brain. How to organize them? How to organize these faculties? That's what Ayurveda beautifully explains for us. The ancient, otherwise called as the ancient Indian literature called Meda. These are all, I'm trying to give you the references where the ancient books from Upanishads to other textbooks, the Meda word has come. The intellect, they have described beautifully in Ayurveda these thousands of years in Vedic studies. So this one thing. And this intellect is divided into three parts again. This mental faculties, intellect, is divided into three parts. Dhi, Dhriti, Smriti. In Sanskrit, Dhi means it's a receptive. The information you are bringing from outside, the visual apparatus, hearing apparatus, speech and skin, all the five sensory organs, whatever we have, the five sensory organs receive the information. This receptive process is called as Dhi. Here, there is a storage of memories happening. It's very important. And so all the memory is appreciated in this area. In metaphysical level application, Dhi refers to the knowledge of ultimate, the true state of mind. So here, next one is Dhriti. Dhriti, what it does is, it is the second part of the intellect. It stores the memory. First is received, second one is stores the memory. Like in a mobile phone, you have a storage of memory. So what happens if the memory storage is too much in the mobile phone does not work. So what we do, we delete the memory. The mobile now works in peace. That is why in memory deletion is very important. What happens with the meditation and yoga processes, deletion of memory takes place. That's why the person will go into peaceful state. The excess memory in the mind, the excess memory in the brain makes the people stressful. So that's what in Charaka Susruta Vagbhata, they very clearly mention how to avoid this. Charaka Samhita has referred to Dhriti as a faculty which regulates or controls the mind. So this is the one. And the third one is the Smriti. This is very important for us. That is the data collected, all the information which you receive from the outside. The data is collected in the brain. So that data, whenever we want, it comes out, like in the form of thoughts and emotions. Our thoughts and emotions doesn't come from outside. Our thoughts and emotions come from the data which is already present in our brain. So this data, this collection of data, is recollecting of the data is known as Smriti, the third one. And there are a lot of herbal medicines to improve the mechanism of recollecting. There are a lot of herbs in Ayurveda to improve the recollecting. Smriti means memory, they increase the memory. Many patients, they have Alzheimer's disease, they lose memory. There are so many patients, dementia, lots of memory is there. So how Ayurveda works in that? Ayurveda specifically works on this area called Smriti. This the faculty which recollects the memory. The herbs penetrates into this area and helps the brain to function beautifully to rejuvenate the memory process again. Those who lost the memory. And Patanjali considers Smriti as a modification of mind. Smriti is a recollection of the memory. So Chittam, it's also Chittam is consciousness. So it's a complete absence here. Thus, the expression Meda refers to mental faculties in general and intellectual faculty in particular. The drugs measures that promote the Meda. Now we will see about the drugs. So the drugs which promotes the faculty, intellectual faculty, they are called as Medya Rasayanas. Rasayanas are the ones which the science of nutrition, literally translated, the expression refers to the acquisition of excellence of tissue elements, dhatus of the body. So what it does is Rasayanas, this nutrition, try to make the excelling. It makes excellent of all the dosha, dhatus, and make the dhatus to function far better than what it was earlier. So those herbs that we are going to study now. It does refer to the not only the accomplishment of vital body fluids. So that we have extracellular fluids, we have plasma, we have 7 tissue elements are there. All the fluid levels, lymphatic system, circulatory system, all the systems in the body, which they enhance the herbs, the rasayanas, the rejuvenative, the science of nutrition, all the nutrition which enhances the functions of the circulatory and lymphatic system. So the next one, we'll go. General rasayanas. So what actually it does? The herbs, what it does actually in the brain, that we'll see now. What it does is, physically, by promoting the quality of the nutritional fluids like plasma, it increases enhances the quality of the plasma. Very important, especially now in this corona situation. Enhancing the nutritional fluids is plays a key role, and enhancing the absorption mechanism. Once the food goes into the body, the absorption mechanism is weakened. So that's why when the Agni fails, you get into immunity issues. So promoting the metabolism, augmenting bioavailability, facilitating the tissue nourishment. This is important. Every tissue needs to be nourished. In modern science, there is no treatment for tissue nourishment at all. They have only some vitamins or some proteins or something like that. That's all. But in Ayurveda, a specifically designed program is that how to nourish the tissues. But what it does is, any obstruction in the channels, whether it's in the lymphatic channels, circulatory channels, this rasayanas, this rejuvenative program removes them. That's one of the reasons we give this product. And by facilitating elimination of toxic metabolites, it removes the toxic metabolites from the brain. What it does in the brain, especially, this major rasayanas, these herbs of Ayurvedic herbs, promote qualitative improvement in the cerebrospinal fluid. I am not sure any medicine in the world, in the modern medicine, they have anything like this program that says is for the CSF, cerebrospinal fluid. Enhancing the action and qualitative improvement. It's only Ayurveda have such an herb, extremely good herbs we have. Hormones, all the hormones and vital secretions in the brain as well as everywhere in the physiology. In a hormone in the pituitary gland, hormones in the thyroid gland, all the hormones which is present in the pituitary gland, anterior and posterior pituitary gland, these hormones has been regulated by the major rasayanas. Metabolic activity of the brain, other parts of the neurological nervous system. Activate the enzyme system, receptor faculty, very important. Receptor faculties in the brain for perceptions of all the sensory perceptions, the receptors needs to function properly. To improve the receptors, the rasayanas make the beautiful support. So what it does, other thing is, in elderly people, cerebrovascular accidents are very common. We call it as CVA. Cerebrovascular accidents are very common. What it does, these rasayanas are, they remove the clots in the brain and correcting the atherosclerosis. So atherosclerosis is very common in elderly people. Of course, these days also we are watching even young people are they're getting atherosclerosis in the brain. So these major rasayanas, these herbs which we are giving in Ayurveda, they work, they thin down the vessels in the brain. Not just in the brain, also in the neck vessels, the carotid arteries, also in the cardiac vessels. Promote and facilitate elimination of the toxic metabolites. Mainly, the major rasayanas has a specific and emphatic role in promotion of cerebral nutrition. What it does is, cerebral nutrition, circulation, perfusion, and enhancements of intellectual faculties. Unless the brain gets a proper nourishment, the faculties, mental faculties will not function properly. It's a basic, the basic point is here, the cerebral nourishment is very important for the mental faculties function. Okay, okay, we are showing some herbs here. Pharmacodynamics is very important. 2 minutes I'll talk about the pharmacodynamics, because you need to know what herbs, what is the active principles of every drug which works on the faculties. This is important. These two dimensions joining to that, the faculties functioning properly with the herbs, and what are the active ingredients in the herbs are very important. So usually we have, most of the Ayurvedic doctors here, they know it. Ayurvedic system proposes that the drugs exert their action on the human system. There are 5 things, very important things we have in Ayurveda, pharmacodynamics, that is the Rasa, Virya, Guna, Prabhava. These are the 5 things, Rasa, Guna, Virya, Vipaka. These are the 5 things, ingredients, pharmacodynamics of a drug. And each dimension of the active ingredient has got a beautiful work on the every angle on the in the mental faculties. That we'll see how it is. Okay, we finished this. Yeah, what it does is the very important point. What Ayurveda says is they see any drug having Sitavirya, cold in potency, Madhura Rasa, sweet in taste, Madhura Vipaka, post-digestion effect of the drug, sweet, and slimy. This, if you give this kind of food, which is sweet, cold, and slimy nature, herbs, which has got direct effect on the mental faculties and the brain tissues. It's amazing how they understood in the ancient period without any microscope, without any other lab investigations in the olden ages. And this is amazing what the interpretation they made on each herb. Effect on the person consuming such as drugs, and also there are some herbs are there which contains the heart potency also they give sometimes, but mostly these are the kind of active principles they choose for the promotion of cerebral nutrition. So and should tranquilizing effect. What it does is some of the herbs, they have a tranquilizing effect like Jata Mamsi. So there is a tranquilizing effect. What it does is actually it works on the Di, Dhruti and Smruti. It works on the memory. If you have Alzheimer's disease, it works on the area to recollect the memory. It enhances the Smriti functions. Also, when you have excess memory, it deletes also. So all this kind of functions is done by this herb. We have a lot of herbs. Many of you know this. Celestus paniculatus, that is Rankapushpi, Jyotishmati, Brahmi, Jatamamsi, Ashwagandha, Sharpagandha, Vacha indicates these drugs have varying psychotropic actions. There are many herbs in Ayurveda. Ashwagandha, especially all of you know Ashwagandha, you know about Brahmi. These are all psychotropic hormones. They have a great effect on the Di, Dhruti and Smriti, all the 3 areas. And thus there is a considerable literary as well as scientific ground for suggesting the major drugs of Ayurveda may possess varying degree of psychotropic and adaptogenic. Ashwagandha has got adaptogenic action on the brain. The fantastic medicines, simple things. You don't. Everything's available in Czech Republic. Ashwagandha and Brahmi. Everybody can try this under stress. When you have mental faculties are not functioning properly, please go ahead with the 2 drugs. And we have a lot. Major drugs and opposite pharmacodynamics. If you understand this cold potency, this is more than enough for you. And drugs under head major rasayana, a special class of drugs which promote the physical health in general, mental health in particular. So psychosomatic and nootropic. These are the actions mostly these herbal drugs are doing. So here we have some of the medicines we have mentioned here. Drugs having psychotropic properties. Mandukapanni, Central Asiatica, Brahmi, Shankapushpi, and here I written all the Latin names. Vacha, Acorus calamus, Ashwagandha, Guduchi, Estimadu. These are the herbs. If you use it, anywhere, anytime, if you have, see, for me, stress, anxiety, nervousness, depression, I don't see separately them. For me, all are the same. So the acting on these are all mental faculty disorders. So we should give the herbs which directly works on them. So these are the herbs generally we are using. I think most of you people know this. And also here, there's a lot of other medicines you've written here. Vitamin Tulasi, Datura, Apikachu, Mukera, all these things you can use. But basically you can use Ashwagandha, Brahmi, Jyotishmati, this kind of herbs is available in Europe. You can all try that. And also homemade vegetables are there, which works on the mental faculties, which is Kushmada, that is a pumpkin. A simple pumpkin juice has got a great effect on the mental faculty. So your brain becomes very calm and peaceful after drinking the pumpkin juice every day. This is amazing. Haridra, even kurkuma has got effect on this, even tipali, and even allium sepa, lasuna, garlic, little quantities. That's all. And this is our academy in France. We are doing 4-year syllabus Ayurvedic education in France and different countries in Europe. And thank you very much.
My děkujeme za váš příspěvek.
We thank you for your contribution, dear Suresh. And now let me invite Professor Dana Strunecka, who is a pedagogist, publisher, writer, to our program. She is going to speak about vitamins, minerals, prevention of civilization diseases and COVID-19. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. Vitamins and minerals belong to essential substances that the human body needs to function properly. We know that it cannot synthesize them itself, and we have to supply them from external sources. The biological functions of vitamins and minerals have been studied in great detail over the last century in many laboratory and clinical studies. Unfortunately, in the COVID times, vitamins and minerals are generally not recommended by official medicine, either for prevention or to support intervention or recovery from the disease. And yet we know that that vitamin D, group B, magnesium and zinc are deficient in most developed countries. Populations are deficient in these substances and are therefore more susceptible to civilization diseases as well. Already in the first months of the COVID pandemic, it became clear that seniors are at increased risk of contracting civilization diseases. I would therefore like to draw attention to some studies that document the beneficial effects of these substances in prevention, home treatment, and convalescence. I'll talk about topics that are close to my heart because my profession is physiology, the science of the function of living organisms, including humans. I studied biology and chemistry at the Faculty of Science of Charles University in Prague. I carried out research activities focused specifically on civilization diseases and taught students of various specializations for more than 40 years. For 9 years, I was head of the Department of Physiology and Developmental Biology at the Faculty of Science. My daughter is a doctor and my son is an academician at the University of South Bohemia. To my delight, I have 7 grandchildren ranging in age from 1 year to 28 years. And over the last 10 years, I have written about 15 popular science books, some of which have become bestsellers, and virtually all of which have chapters that deal with the importance of vitamins and minerals to the topic at hand. So let's start with vitamin D3, which is known to nearly everyone, people, the general public. Vitamin D3 affects almost 3,000 reactions, and about 10% of the genes in the human body depend on it. Researchers have found that cells in the human body have receptors for vitamin D3, and we specialists have therefore been saying in recent years that rather than being a vitamin whose function is calcium absorption and healthy bones, that vitamin D3 has the function of a regulatory hormone, as it regulates immunity, both the natural and adaptive one, which is very important just to combat COVID-19. It is well proven that 33% of the global population suffer from and the European Union suffer from the deficiency of this, as there is a lack of sunlight for a long time. From 60 to 70% of the population suffer from a lack of sunlight, and this situation is particularly clinical in the elderly, where up to 90% have insufficient levels of vitamin D3 as a result. In the midst of the COVID pandemic, more than 200 scientists and physicians have released or signed a call for increased doses of vitamin D to combat COVID. Irish authors have made a similar publication, and it is a very large team of authors as well. And these two papers document that higher blood levels of vitamin D3 are associated with fewer coronavirus infections, fewer cases with a serious course of the disease, claiming that vitamin D3 can reduce the need for hospitalization and reduce the number of deaths. It reduces the risk of death in the elderly and can stop the spread of the disease, which are really crucial things. Therefore, we can say that the vitamin D3 can work as a very effective prevention and a therapy, especially in home care. There is no need to wait for further clinical trials on the safety, and it is well documented that up to doses of 10,000 international units, vitamin D3 is still safe. The recommended daily doses in prevention are from 2,000 to 4,000 international units. If you look at the database of scientific publications, in 2020, 379 publications referred to the keywords vitamin D and COVID, and in 2021 there were already 486 publications. So you can see that there is sufficient scientific evidence for vitamin D effectivity. Another part of vitamins that are from the B group are B6, B9, and B12, which I simply call the trio of B vitamins, which has been verified in many clinical studies in compensating cardiovascular disorders of diabetes, Alzheimer's disease. And we know well that people debilitated, the elderly and people handicapped succumb to this disease more easily because because the trio of B vitamins affects energy metabolism, respiration processes, immune system function. These vitamins reduce the levels of pro-inflammatory cytokines and thus prevent the cytokine storm in COVID, keep intact the epithelium in the blood vessels and intestines, and prevent excessive blood clotting. Experts from the University of Oxford, Melbourne, and from the United Arab Emirates, in agreement with a number of studies from the USA, recommend that B vitamin supplementation can be used as a non-pharmacological approach to the current treatment of COVID-19. And again, on the database in general, we are offered 73 publications on the keyword B vitamins and COVID. And here I list the titles of some of them, from which you can see informatively that this aspect is also receiving a lot of coverage and attention. Moving on to minerals, magnesium is the king of all minerals. Textbooks state that it affects more than 300 reactions in the human body. And of those functions, the most important are nerve and muscle functions. It is important for the immune system. It affects the heart. And 40% of the population globally suffer from magnesium deficiency. As regards COVID patients, the number reaches 75 globally. The recommended daily doses of magnesium are 400 milligrams. Again, some scientific publications during years 2020 and 21, there are more than 76 publications. I'm listing or reminding you that these are all peer-reviewed publications in impacted journals. So you see again that large teams of researchers are dealing with the importance of the supported action of magnesium in COVID patients. With such an intervention of magnesium that is very little known, which may be not even described in textbooks yet, I would like to mention that magnesium stimulates the production of melatonin in the pineal gland, which is why some researchers recommend taking magnesium in the evening after dinner, and some researchers even refer to melatonin as a silver bullet that can help stop the COVID pandemic. Below you can see the publication that reports this because it emphasizes its antioxidant and anti-inflammatory and immunoregulatory effects. Importantly, melatonin prevents coronavirus spike coupling proteins from interacting with ACE2 receptors. Melatonin prevents underlying pathological response in COVID here. There is also a lesson for the general public that it is extremely vital to get enough sleep during a COVID pandemic, which is what we write about in all our books. Magnesium and green food are here because it is the central atom and chlorophyll, meaning that all green herbs, vegetables contain magnesium. Therefore, it is available easily. So let's make sure to get enough green food in our diet. I recommend in my lectures that one can simply, or the general public should develop a certain habit of including in their diet a green smoothie, which they can prepare in a simply original way in an easy form, 2 handfuls of green leaf sprouts from their garden, add some almonds, some little nut, and handful of fruit, apple, strawberry, currant. The dandelion is not here by chance. I picked it because researchers at the University of Freiburg found this year that the dandelion leaf extract binds to the coronavirus spike proteins and prevents them from interacting with receptors and C2. So tea, salad, or any consumption of dandelions at this time is extremely useful, important, accessible, and inexpensive. Zinc. This mineral is also important for about 300 metabolic reactions in the human body. It is involved in the regulation of carbohydrate and lipid metabolism, the functioning of the cardiovascular nerve and reproductive systems. It is essential for immune system functions. So again, it is an extremely important element. And we know that its chronic deficiency leads to increased production of pro-inflammatory cytokines, which exacerbates the course of a large number of inflammatory, metabolic, immune, and neurodegenerative diseases. In all civilization diseases, zinc deficiency is also associated with an increase in respiratory tract infections, and we know that COVID has been characterized as a new type of pneumonia, or it is essentially an inflammatory disease of the lung tissue. Here, for example, I present the results from one study that included 3,473 adult patients with positive COVID infection admitted to 4 New York City hospitals in March the 12th and the 20th. The study showed that the administration of zinc resulted in an improvement of the clinical condition of the patients, a reduction of the duration of illness, and an increase in the number of patients discharged to home treatment. They also noted a 24% reduction in mortality. What is interesting and very little known, unfortunately, both in the medical community and the general public, is the fact that zinc supports the restoration of the sense of smell and taste. The symptom is typical of this disease. Some doctors even said it could be used as an indicator of the disease because it appears even as in asymptomatic patients. Here you can see the link to the study by Egyptian doctors who pointed out that zinc consumption can help to the restoration of the sense of smell and taste. The recommended daily dose of zinc normally is from 3 to 15 milligrams, but in the times of COVID, it should be 25 milligrams. And I highly recommend that magnesium and zinc become part of everyday supplementation. It is interesting how many PubMed publications in the COVID times refer to the keyword zinc and COVID. I have listed here another publication from 1974 from the magazine Nature, where the authors showed that zinc inhibits the replication of rhinovirus. It has antiviral activity, and zinc is extremely important in the COVID times. So there is really a lot of excessive documentation on that. well, in concluding this brief review of how minerals and vitamins are important in the prevention of COVID, there have been many articles and studies that point to very compelling clinical observations about vitamin D3, the B group, and the minerals magnesium and zinc, both in the prevention and in the development of COVID-19. Their biological actions have been verified in a large number of laboratory and clinical studies. At the same time, their safety is defined by toxicological studies in humans, and there is no need to wait for new validation. They are available, they are cheap, and they are not harmful. Let me finish off by reminding you that COVID-19 is an expression of the disharmony of the human body in its entirety. It is the people with disrupted regulation of bodily functions who are more prone to civilization diseases and to COVID-19. Thank you very much for your attention. We would also like to thank you for your contribution.
Nowadays, every positive piece of news that comes and that is relevant to COVID is most welcome, most precious. And now I would like to invite and welcome Mr. Stefan Hein, who comes from the UK. He is the expert for health and well-being, and he will speak about yoga, nidra, creative medicine. The floor is yours.
Hello, Thomas.
Hello.
And hello, the world. Wherever we are in the world. Thank you so much for your invitation from Prague to be here today and to share something with you that I feel very passionate about. And I feel really honored and humbled to have this opportunity to share my research with you that I have conducted over the last 2.5 years, more officially in the field of Yoga Nidra. And I have a little presentation here, which I would like to share with you. So let me just set this up. So yeah, Yoga Nidra, the yogic sleep. And I have been exploring this in the context of my holistic therapies practice, CAM practice. And the presentation I want to show you today, I call the Yoga Nidra the creative medicine. Let me just enlarge this. Yoga Nidra the creative medicine, why healing is always just a thought away. And there's two words that really jump to mind. And the first one is the word creative, and the second one is thought. And I hope I can really continue this beautiful thread, health in mind, that started the session after lunch, and just expand on this a little further. And rather than just talking about this, what I hope, what I envision anyway, that I can take you all on a little trip, you know, of your imagination, of your consciousness. And we touched on consciousness yesterday in some of the talks especially. And that was, I think, setting the ground quite nicely that beyond the physical and the mental, we are also existing of layers that are, for the intellectual mind at least, unfathomable and very difficult to grasp, if it probably not to grasp at all. So I want to give you a little taste of how I find my way through the riddles of the mystery of this phenomena. So what I've been working on is what I call the medicine of creative consciousness, which is mainly a health educational and also a treatment environment, inspiring learning environments. I hope to inspire people with the work that I do, the people who come into my clinic here in central London, or also the people who come to the classes online now. So this is, I sort of my background experience that helps in the understanding of the presentation. I think I have a German background as a Heilpraktiker, which translates roughly as a naturopath into English, or a complementary alternative medicine practitioner. I have specialized in over 35 years on mind-body therapies. Craniosacral therapy was mentioned a little bit early on, or the balance of the craniosacral system through Ayurvedic herbs. So I specialize in craniosacral therapy. I also work with therapeutic yoga. My yogic teaching is recognized by the National Health Service, by the state health care system here in the UK. And meditation. I have been very lucky to teach for the last 19 years medical students at medical school in University College London. I'm also an art therapist and pedagogue based on Jungian and Waldorf, Rudolf Steiner education. I'm a higher ground leadership coach trained in North America and Canada, and I'm also a musician. And this is very much a reflection of my personal search. And I think I've always been with a great passion and with great love in this field of healing, like Sister Jayanti was saying. Now, this work is about love. And so that's probably the reason why I feel so passionate about it. So this is the backdrop of the journey that I want to take you on a more personal level. So we've had a lot of information yesterday and today, and I just want to sort of change gear a little bit and allow our minds to slow down a little bit. And I don't want to take you straight into meditation of silence, but maybe a saying like this, a quote like this from the old tantric text, Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, will give us a peep in the current state of brain waves that we are just functioning in and listening to each other. So I read this out for you, and I invite you to become really still inside of your own minds and in your body as well. And also look at the picture and just see what opens up for you. In summer, when your gaze dissolves in the endlessly clear sky, penetrate this light that is the essence of your own mind. And just for a moment, allow this to sink in and just feel if anything opens up for you in the stillness that is written between the lines of the words. And with our state of consciousness changed, I want to take you, as I said, on a little trip, on a little journey. And what I'm going to try to do is to really build a bridge between East and West, between the Eastern ancient yogic and Ayurvedic and healing traditions that are thousands of years old, and bridge a gap to the Western scientific model and cultural backdrop that we have, because I think that's the times that we're living in. We need to build bridges between the East and the West. So drawing from Indian traditional sciences, Ayurveda, the science of life, and yoga, the science of union, to unite into yoga, I will truly try in my presentation to give an experience of union in your own self. Just for you to recall, the Ayurvedic work is based on three pillars, the three pillars of life called Trayopastanam. The first one, Anharam, diet, food, and lifestyle. We had a lot of presentations on this today. The Nidra, sleep and resting practices, is the second pillar of Indian traditional sciences. And Brahmacharyam is the movement of vital life force, or prana life force, from the subtle to the gross, including a balanced sexual energy and expression of sexual energy that we call Shukra. So I would say that Yoga Nidra, then, the second pillar of this triad, is a creative form to explore possibilities that we have with the practice of sleep. Beyond, because normally when we are asleep, we just go unconscious, but Yoga Nidra allows us something completely different, and it is quite magical. Let me show you how it works. So what is Yoga Nidra? an ancient Indian mindfulness practice that induces a deep state of rest for the physical body and conscious mind, whilst connecting to heightened states of awareness on deeper layers of consciousness. I want to distinguish here between meditation, which is an aware awake state, and yoga nidra, which is an aware sleep state. So we could also say it is a form of psychic sleep. We're giving deep inward awareness in the process of going to sleep, in the evening when we go to bed, for example. But before we fall asleep, literally fall asleep into unconsciousness, we find a gateway, we find a door that opens in our consciousness that gives access to see the inner light that is also the backdrop of our consciousness. Let me explain. Here's more the sources, the ancient sources, literature from India. Vasugupta says in the Shaiva tradition of Kashmir, the yogi experiences the fourth state of consciousness, Turiya, in the midst of the other three states, waking, dreaming, sleeping. I expand on this a little further. We have amazing parallels to the research that is done in brainwave patterns in neuroscience in the West. The Vijnana Bhairava, another classical text from the 10th century AD, says, when sleep has not yet fully appeared, that is, when one is about to fall asleep and all the external objects, although present, have faded out of sight, then the state between sleep and waking is one on which one should concentrate. In that state, the supreme goddess will reveal herself. And of course, in the old text, they would also resort to deities and gods, and the backdrop to Hinduism today is yoga, and all the deities and the devas. I make an incredible discovery now as I compare the East with the West, that the old iconography that we have manifested and embodied in these archetypal forces of the deities of India have representation in Western symbolism, as research, especially by Jung, and we have explanations now with scientific language that give a 21st century language, so to speak, to the old iconography and the old symbolism of ancient India. So the supreme goddess will reveal herself. I translate for now that Shaivism says that this state of Turiya, the fourth state of consciousness, is a source of great peace and joy. And Ayurveda and Charaka Samhita also mentions Yoga Nidra. It says, the same sleep, if properly enjoyed, brings about happiness and longevity in human beings, as the real knowledge brings about siddhi in a yogin. So siddhi being a special power that yogis develop when they dive deeper into the exploration of their consciousness and, going through the act of self-realization on their mystical path. So does the practice of Yoga Nidra give us the powers to journey through the deeper layers of consciousness and utilize our experience for beneficial purposes or co-creational purposes of our reality in our physical life. So the big topic nowadays, of course, also brought about by the COVID crisis, is sleep. And I'm just researching this a little deeper. We have a lot of suffering in insomnia and anxiety and depression, and people can't sleep, and people are thrown out of their normal rhythms. I want to distinguish sleep or non-sleep deep rest, NSDR. Just remind everyone that body and mind repair and heal during sleep. Our brain cleanses itself, all the junk that has accumulated in our thought activities during the day. And also we consolidate what we want to learn during sleep and during deep rest. So we can use Yoga Nidra and deep, which is a form of non-sleep deep rest, as a form to speed up our learning. And I'm talking about transformational learning, not just intellectual learning. So in order to understand what Yoga Nidra really is about as a phenomena, I asked myself, what is consciousness? And of course, that what is your consciousness beyond the reality of the biological brain with 30 trillion neurons or brain cells that are all interacting in these amazing ways? Of course, this is a question that has been on mankind's mind since the day that we are able to think and reflect on ourselves. And with the philosophies and the traditions of religion and the spiritual traditions and the sciences in the new times, we have been trying to find answers to this phenomena, to what is life and what is consciousness. We have become very good in the West in the reductionistic science to explore the outer universe, including our human bodies, to stay in the context of this conference of health. And it's really groundbreaking and phenomenal, the breakthrough that is happening, especially nowadays in the sciences, how fast everything, the knowledge base is really increasing. And in a way, we can say with this outer accumulation of knowledge, we have also expanded consciousness, and we have opened our perception to what is out there or what is in there in ourselves. But this has been very much a focus of our mind on the outside phenomena of creation. So what is consciousness? Looking more inside in a self-reflective way, I've collected a few bullet points here. Consciousness is awareness of internal and external existence. It is awareness of awareness, self-awareness, when I become the observer of my own thoughts, as we do in meditation. I start to witness what I feel, what I think, who I am, how I react, respond to life. This is the observer. Aldous Huxley, the famous British writer, has written a book, The Doors of Perception, where he describes mind expansion through the use of LSD, where he was a pioneering explorer under clinical supervision in the 50s and 60s of last century, where he writes in this book about what actually opened up for him and as a potential of these other layers of reality that normally are veiled to us when we're in the normal state of consciousness, but they become accessible to us when we practice Yoga Nidra. There is a potential for transcendence, knowing that one knows, that links into self-awareness. The inner universe beyond the veil that prevents us normally from seeing. In the old yogi scriptures in Sanskrit, it's Jivatman. Sanskrit means, or Jivat means to breathe, to breathe, as in inhale, exhale, to live. Soul and selfhood, the eternal and indestructible. And it's interesting to note that both the yogic scriptures and Ayurvedic scriptures have as one of the goals in the pathways that are described, the attainment or the realization of Jiva or Jivatman. So Yoga Nidra necessarily then is a journey into the inner universe. You may have gathered that by now, that it is like we did in the outside universe. It is, I want to draw our attention on the inside universe, into the inner reality that also is boundless and limitless and creative and always creates from this, Sister Javanti was saying, this one point of light, where this is the point that explodes, from which everything explodes into creation from a state of consciousness. In Tantra, they would say Shiva, the dance of Shiva and Shakti, okay, the masculine, the feminine, the consciousness and the creative force. It's mythological described there, when the forces come together. And this is a constant flux and a constant dance of creation coming into being in its own creative processes. In order to access this state, I take this slide already from tomorrow when I give the other presentation on inspiration. I feel one of the tools that we can access in order to make this help us to access these states is, of course, our imagination. So what is our imagination? Imagination is the forming of experiences in one's mind, the input, without input of the outer senses. So this is an inner world which is totally independent and free from the outside world. We can be influenced by our experiences in the outside world, but we are also totally free. to evoke worlds without limits. We have the inner freedom to do whatever we want to do. Imaginary worlds can feel real, and changing our reality, evolving life conditions and situations. As new inner experiences can be smelled, tasted, seen, felt, and heard, and reflected about. Just as it was physical, as if it was physical reality, our brain is not able to distinguish these things. So if I have a fear, imagine you're having you take a piece of lemon into your mouth, just imagine it and see what your saliva does. You get the taste of sour. So it's the endocrine system releases the same hormones. So Albert Einstein said, imagination is more important than knowledge. Knowledge is limited. Imagination encircles the world, which I think is a really profound and deep statement that can make us think. And Rudolf Steiner, the German scientist and mystic from the 1920s, 30s in Germany, and the movement who founded the movement Anthroposophical Society and education, Waldorf education, and also the medical system, anthroposophical medicine, said, bildformende Kräfte sind formbildende Kräfte. And it's really nice play of words, is the forces that create images, imagery and imagination are the same forces that create forms, manifested reality. You just have to swap the two words over, bildformende Kräfte sind formbildende Kräfte in German. It's a nice play with words, and you get this meaning that brings imagination and physical reality into one and the same boat. So we need maps for the journey. How do we go about this? How do we venture into consciousness? As I said, I want to try to combine the East with the West. Here's a depiction of the subtle bodies in a manuscript from 1899, which in a very artistic way shows the 7 chakras. Madame Tangavele was referring to the subtle yesterday, and here's a Tibetan depiction as well, which describes the correspondence between the subtle energy and the Tibetan psychophysiology. So again, in the East, there have been for thousands of years been aware of the connectedness between the movement of subtle prana movement and our psychology and physiology, and how this interacts. Of course, the yogic sciences are an expert how to deal with this. Now, if I connect the states of consciousness in yoga and of the Western neuroscience brain measurement systems, as demonstrated in the EEG, there are comparisons. I had mentioned this. We have 4 states of consciousness: beta, alpha, theta, delta. Beta, the normal day-to-day awareness and processing. Alpha is relaxed attention, daydreaming. It opens the doors to creativity and into imagination. Theta is a dream state, a state of oneness, portal to subconscious mind. And then we have delta, which is the non-REM deep. That's what we fall into in the night when we fall unconscious. The body becomes paralyzed and we don't remember nothing when we wake up the next morning. And then in between, this reflects in those 4 states that are described in classic yoga. Jagrat is the awake state, which corresponds to beta. Swapna is a dreaming state, which corresponds to alpha and to theta. Sushupti is the sleeping state, which corresponds to the non-REM deep sleep state. And then in between, we have the hypnagogic state of consciousness, the threshold consciousness, which is between theta and delta. That is the doorway that in Yoga Nidra we use to slip out of our normal state of consciousness, our subtle body physiology. We suddenly can open ourselves into this vast Turiya state, described as emptiness, bliss, leading into samadhi, and also into shunya or shunyata. Madame Tangavele mentioned this yesterday, the state of total emptiness, the state of total consciousness from which we have a possibility to bring new physical realities into being. So I think these parallels are really striking. So there's another depiction here to explain these brain wavelengths and how they look in the EEG. And a map that is really popular in India is the 5 koshas. We know them both from yoga and Ayurveda. We have the Annamaya kosha, Pranayama, Manomaya, Vijnanamaya, and Annamaya kosha. Kosha means like a sheath, or it's a coat. And just imagine in the visuals that these sheaths, they are woven into one another. So the person here in red is the physical sheath. It's the most gross and dense one. And then we have the pranayama kosha, which has to do with the breathing and the vital energy. And then we have the manomaya kosha, which has to do with our feelings and our thoughts. It's the mental body. Then we have the vijnanamaya kosha, which has to do with our buddhi was mentioned before, our wisdom mind, our epiphany mind. Aha, now I understand. It's the transcendental, deeper understanding mind. And then beyond that, we have Anandamaya kosha, which is the bliss mind, where we then enter a state of consciousness, which is described by the scriptures as chit consciousness. There's no sheath, there's no embodiment as such. It is beyond manifestation. And we have the state of pure being, which is sat. Again, there is no sheath beyond manifestation. And in the triad, sat, chit, ananda, this classic yogic triad, we bring together these 3 states of consciousness that are the ultimate achievement of bliss and freedom and enlightenment. And you can see here again, I've put together Annamaya kosha being the gross matter, energy, and breath, inhalation, exhalation, that's pranamaya. Emotion is manas, manomaya kosha. Intelligence, buddhi is vijnana, vijnanamaya kosha, and then bliss. So it means if we go from matter to being, the more we go from gross to refined, the more peace, the more joy, the more light we feel. And this is the map that is being used in the Yoga Nidra journey. We can see a connection here also into Western psychology, into the subconscious and unconscious mind, again with the awake, dreaming, and deep sleep state. And then entering the state of superconsciousness, which is turiya, total emptiness, samadhi, bliss, shunya, the total emptiness out of which everything comes. This is reflected in how we do a protocol in the typical Yoga Nidra journey, where Yoga Nidra journey takes typically about anything between 15 and 30 minutes classically. And we are being guided from the settling of the body through a rotation of consciousness and breathing and the mind emotions into intuition, knowing, and into bliss. And then, feeling a heartfelt desire, like an affirmation from desire, something good we want to come to pass in our life, something healing, and then externalization and return into the day-to-day normal consciousness state. And it's quite a trip. Now, the Yoga Nidra research that has been conducted in the West since especially the 80s shows that Yoga Nidra has a balancing and harmonizing effect on the neuroendocrine system, the autonomic nervous system, with the sympathetic and parasympathetic branch are being brought back into balance. Very important, of course, we live in, especially in these stressed out times globally, and collectively, we live in overdrive of the sympathetic nervous system, fight and flight response, always ready to fight, frazzled in our consciousness, our minds. And it activates the parasympathetic nervous system, which has us be calm, cool, collected, and increases heart rate variability. So meaning that the heart can adjust better to the needs of the organism that are addressed to it. Yoga Nidra decreases the adrenocortical stress hormones and also the thyroid activity. As I said, it increases heart rate variability, which is an indicator for autonomic nervous system balance and resilience. It has also shown that theta brain waves cause a rise in dopamine production, one of the well-being hormones by up to 65%, causing deep-seated pleasure and well-being. And it really is a deep, deep pleasure that comes from the practice, half an hour practice of Yoga Nidra. So in its deepest state, Yoga Nidra gives experience of Kundalini, that is the rising of subtle enlightenment energy up to central nervous system, the Sushumna channel, the central channels at the spine. Now, therapeutic effects and potential in the Western medical context, I would say, has been in parts researched. I'm very much into this in the work that I do. Stress, fatigue, burnout, chronic fatigue, fibromyalgia, long COVID is a part of this too. Anxiety, sleep anxiety, fear, PTSD, depression and trauma. It's very good for self-management in chronic pain or illness. The immune response improves, resilience is strengthened, and inflammation markers are also being balanced. It contributes to biological homeostasis and prevention, big topic here, has proven beneficial in pregnancy and a smooth childbirth. And it creates greater self-awareness and cognition and self-empowerment, whilst fostering inspired, creative, and humanistic and spiritual growth. So it's a totally body, mind, soul, spirit healing tool. I would say the way I use Yoga Nidra in the medicine of creative consciousness is to diminish symptoms, for prevention, for empowerment and resilience, strengthen the immune system, to inspire clients to be more proactive in good self-care and co-creation of a positive future. It's a safe space that allows deep resting for mind and body. It enhances the spiritual path to self-realization and enlightenment. And also very important, it enhances social interaction, relationship and bonding. When I teach my online classes now, it's amazing how people open up after a journey of Yoga Nidra. And the role of social prescribing comes in here. I'm part of a movement here in the UK where social prescribing is being exercised of the integrated medicine movement here in order to get people out of their sense of social isolation, especially that we have experienced with the lockdowns. So the clients are guided with all this to the empowering realization that healing is never more than a thought away. That is the actual experience. And in a study since February 2019, where I started researching this in a more structured way and ongoing in 2 UK-based charities, one is Positive UK, supporting people living with HIV/AIDS, and the College of Medicine, which is the national leader in the UK in establishing integrated medicine in UK's NHS. Clients report not feeling alone. I enjoyed learning about different states of consciousness. Wonderful class. To relax myself more. Thank you for a wonderful session. I relaxed very deeply and I feel very peaceful now. Also, my back pain has gone away. I reconnected with myself. Thank you for a great session. It takes me a while to come back after such a deep session. So when we have this kind of feedback, we talk, of course, about evidence-based science, and we talk about how can we bring in the evidence for the TCIM and for the CAM practices. Whilst I think that's a big poly point, I wrote here, quantifiable, qualifiable, or quality of life. So are these responses really quantifiable? I have not measured them with any kind of electrodes on the head. I don't have the means to do that. Is it qualifiable to have responses like this? So that's a game of words. Do these responses of a quality of life that apparently has improved, does that qualify to be accepted by mainstream medicine or find a way into mainstream medicine to be equally respected and, like conventional medicine is or claims for itself? So I think we need to open up really into a new conversation about, is it just about quantity and quantifying? Or do we, as TCIM and CAM practitioners and healers, do we also really put our foot down and say, hey, there's also something about the quality of life and find a voice in that and not just bow down, to what's expected to us from scientific community, but be more confident with the quality of life that our work offers to our patients. So to come to the end now, larger and expansive viewing, I feel that Yoga Nidra is a form of creative medicine that helps us awaken to our deeper creative potential. It is an opening for the perception of multidimensional reality that inspires us. And tomorrow I will talk about inspiration in more depth. It leads us to experience embodiment of subtle experience in our physical body. It was mentioned yesterday, particle and wave, to come together as one experience and give us this expanded experience in consciousness. And I feel that it really, Yoga Nidra is very potent to bridge this gap in healthcare that we have, that needs to be brought about through mindfulness, yoga and Yoga Nidra, the powers of imagination, beauty, music, and the creative arts. I leave you with that. Thank you very much for sitting in and listening. And yeah, I wish you all the best on your path, and thank you for all your contributions as well. Thank you so much.
Představil si nám ohromující vesmír.
You have presented us with a great universe inside of us, which corresponds with another contribution, which is an unusual universe itself, because the chaos theory, fractal geometry, belongs to mathematics, which has been here available only shortly. The contribution is counted by a sophisticated computer for months. Such a complex calculation it is. And we belong to the first teams who managed to transform it into a visual form. Now I would like to welcome Ms. Chen I.F. Low from Thailand, the founder of an online platform, and her contribution is titled Insight Meditation, a Mental Health Panacea or Shield. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So Stephen Han has covered a lot of ground, and I'm going to take a slightly different approach to my presentation. In answering the question, insight meditation. Is it a mental health panacea or shield? Bear in mind that I do not come from a medical background. In fact, I had a career in strategy implementation. And leadership development. So the closest I've come to medicine in the past was profiling leaders in the UK National Health Service. Okay, so how did I move into this area? Because I was so busy running around, I did not know I suffered from burnout. I think there's an echo. I did not know I was suffering from burnout. So what I want to say is that the shadow of COVID-19 pandemic has showed that the current healthcare system is based predominantly on a sick care model. So what I would like to say is that it's more effective to take preventive measures by creating health ecosystems that support people's health and well-being. So I was attracted to ITCIM event because it promotes alternative and integrative medicine. Okay, let me go into the types of meditation, insight meditation that I'm presenting today. So this practice alternates between walking and sitting. And through this practice, this enables digestion of food, better blood circulation, and if I were to go through the whole details of the meditation practice, one is released from physical pain and lives with mind, a mind of inner peace and emotional equanimity. Okay, experiencing meditation benefits is like the disappearance of the disease that results from taking medicine. So you gain freedom from suffering, fear, sorrow, remorse, and worry. So what are the benefits specifically? If you look at it, insight meditation helps you cultivate mental strength. And progressively cut down the negative emotions that are in you. Anger, addictions, delusions. So there seems to be an echo in the sound system. Yeah, so insight meditation helps you. Insight meditation helps you replenish positive energies and balanced willpower. You practice insight meditation with metta or loving kindness, which is radiating loving kindness to promote well-being. And to fortify yourself against all the negative energies and forces. And it improves your emotional connection with others. We also recommend that if you're going through phases of life, right, it will be good to practice affirmations like gratitude meditation. Or forgiveness, right? It depends on what you're going through at that time. So you practice this together with insight meditation. Okay, so Stephen here talks about the brain waves. You can see here, insight meditation is this part. It's monitoring, it's non-reactive monitoring of moment-to-moment experience. Yes, before you do insight meditation, we always recommend that you practice metta or metta, gratitude, or forgiveness meditation. Okay, so clear comprehension, all right? It's a clear comprehension when you slow down. When you slow down, there are steps to slowing down. Your mind. So in this short presentation, I will not be going through the whole process of it, but what I want to point out is that there's a single focus noting of the experience as they arise. Whether it's from the perspective of body sensations or your feelings that arise, okay, or the thoughts that drop into your mind, or your internal responses to the external phenomena. Okay, so what is this? So what we're recommending is that you become very mindful of, your ear door to consciousness, the nose door, what you're hearing, if it comes up, if there's some kind of smell that drift in front of your nose, right? Be mindful of that. The taste. The taste, the touch, if your body, right, touches the floor, or, or how does it feel, the texture and so on, the temperature. Okay, and what are you seeing? All the time, being mindful of the internal responses to the external phenomena that comes through to your consciousness. Okay, so this is just a very quick overview of what is insight meditation. Now let me go back to the focus of my presentation. Right. What I want to say is that before I answer the question, is insight meditation a mental health panacea or shield? So I want to point out to you that the Western worldview is inclined towards a rational and cognitive. So it's science-based and materialism approach. So you find that in the West, there's prescriptive chemicals. They study the brain, they put the electrodes, and they study the neurotransmitters and so on. And to date, there's no conclusive science-based approach to the study of the intangible mind and consciousness. The Eastern worldview, right, is inclined towards energy flow and balance. On the metaphysical or empirical approaches. So these are based on the civilizational models of East and West. Hence, the traditional medicine that develops, has their roots in that. So yesterday I heard an esteemed speaker's suggestion to apply Western criteria and methods of assessment to traditional medicine. And to input into the global database. And as I listen, I recall my father's condition. My father was given 1 month by a Western trained doctor, 1 month to live. And that's because his bile duct and the liver were not functioning. His whole body was breaking down. His jaw muscles were locked. He couldn't eat. So what we did was the doctor gave him one month. So we tried acupuncture. And in acupuncture, instead of working on the liver and so on, they treated his legs. So after a few months of traditional Chinese acupuncture, he lived and eat heartily for 5 years, 5 more years. And now, to go back to insight meditation, I mean, there's a lot that we don't understand from the Western point of view because it's a different worldview. It's about energy flow. It's about metaphysical and empirical. So here, I want to talk about insight meditation. In the West, there's a lot of emphasis on insight meditation being used for stress reduction. But actually, insight meditation, the goal of it is wisdom, fully developed, insightful, and resilient human capacity. And when you develop when you cultivate your mind, it's very important because your mind is the forerunner of all your realities, your world. So now when I teach insight meditation, I also do some coaching for, when they come, because you never know what comes up when they come for meditation. So I will share with you, in Arizona, there was a meditator who had a child sexual abuse case. She suffered from the trauma and could not move on in life. When she practiced forgiveness and insight meditation, she was able to let go of decades of anger and hatred against her relatives. Because it was her aunt, the man who married her aunt, who raped her from the time she was a child until she was a teenager. And she couldn't forgive her relatives for not believing her. There's also the case of a Middle Eastern entrepreneur who alternated between depression and rage against his ex-business partner. He was able to find inner peace and was able to find the clarity of mind to resolve how to solve his legal problem to the problem. Yeah, okay. So these are just some examples, right? So if one, in conclusion, if so these are just some examples, right? So if one were to adopt the Eastern worldview of insight meditation as a mental health panacea and shield, I would say it is. But from the Western worldview, you will say that you need scientific proof, evidence proof. So when I look, I think it's a great initiative to have a global information database. However, I put red flags in all the sections. Okay, so my comments are here. When you have input from the cultural traditions, there's a need to have from the place of origin, like the Chinese, the Japanese, South American, African, yeah, because there is a cultural input there. Okay, even with South America, it's not seen in your database yet. Now, ayahuasca is used to heal past trauma with psychedelic treatment. Okay. So there's philosophical differences in the methodologies. East is about energy flow and balance. Okay. West is about the material, the science-based and materialism approaches. So you cannot use the same criteria to judge the quality of an apple to assess the quality of an orange. So you need to be culturally sensitive to the traditional roots and practices. And there's a need to be mindful. There's a need to be mindful of the restrictive impact, even if it's authorized only by European legislation, because it involves traditional medicine and healing practices from outside Europe. I'm speaking from my past consulting experience. There's also a need to be careful with the patent outcomes of indigenous medicine. Okay, especially those originating from outside Europe. So what I would like to do is to offer the audience a one hour taster, meditation taster next Saturday. You can contact me. Okay, so I'm happy to give you a taster of what insight meditation is like for free, all right, virtually. Okay, so this is my website, ewisdom.live, and we also give, I also have a traditional Chinese medicine doctor who studied in Beijing, the #1 university in Beijing. She will give an introduction, but this is just to let you know. Okay, thank you.
Děkujeme za příspěvek.
Thank you very much for your contribution. As an administrator of the platform, I would like to assure you that Chinese, Japanese, and indigenous medicines and also spiritual approach and therapies have place within this platform.
The European approach is not 100% appropriate. So it is upon us to try to reach a balanced approach which estimates, appreciates every person and every procedure that was put in place. Now, I'd like to welcome the representative of the Czech Homeopathic Society, who will tell us something about orthopathy. And his contribution is titled.
So I hope you can see me and hear me. is it okay from your side? Perfect. So the title of my speech is Orthopathy, a Spiritual Journey to High, based on homeopathic principle. I've been practicing for 40 years homeopathy, and last 20 years I found in the history of homeopathy also a chapter which was almost hidden to eyes of homeopaths, and which was based on using the matter from ill organism for potentizing, and then for giving to the same person to heal. And before I will say something more about it, I will gather some well-known facts, basic facts about homeopathy. It exists a very important book which gives to us information how to practice. Its name is Organon of Medicine, written by Samuel Hahnemann. And Samuel Hahnemann says in the paragraph 9, or article 9, that in a healthy state is man ruled by spiritual life force, which animates the body and gives to the organism harmony and life. So it's something profound in the man, which is more important than physical body. It's the first ground of homeopathy, forgotten, unfortunately, by some homeopaths of today. In paragraph 10, he says, material organism isn't able to act or to maintain life. So again, he stresses this importance of inner spiritual system in man. And in the paragraph 10, he also states that the disease or disturbance of health is always basically in the vital force. First must be disturbed vital force, and then it appears also in the outside of the organism in the body. And therefore, natural substances are in homeopathy diluted till to the completely immaterial state, a very subtle state. And in this state, they can influence also first the vital force, the spiritual inner system, then also the physical organism. In times of Hahnemann, it wasn't maybe in Europe known that the same principle was used in ancient times also in India. And this animating force there was prana. And in China, this flow of information, this binary code, we can say, was called qi. I will return later to Asian relations. The word Orthopathy comes from Internet Dictionary of British Homeopathic Library and means the use of homeopathically highly diluted preparation from the material taken from the person which is to be healed or was to be healed, not from outside nature, but from the nature of the patient. During my studies and search for this keyword orthopathy in my computer programs and on internet, I found only very brief mentions about this orthopathy principle, and they were mostly anecdotal and very short, very brief, and usually in frame of other article about, for instance, carcinosinum in British Homeopathic Journal, written by French Dr. Louis Bonhoy, or in the book Veterinary Materia Medica, written by MacLeod, veterinary surgeon MacLeod. So these were only sentences, not articles. Sentences where it was stated that, for instance, when homeopathic remedies didn't work, I used potentized pharyngeal, the matter from pharyngus, or it was in this article in British Homeopathic Journal, and the article was about carcinosinum, the remedy made from man. And such mentions supported my curiosity. So I found also that the first man who used this principle was, of course, someone well-known remedy psorinum was at the beginning called auto and was focused for the person from which Hahnemann took the pus from scabs. And when he was very old, over 80, and was living in Paris, he had a patient with tuberculosis who didn't improve after homeopathic remedies. So he diluted his saliva and Raima Handley, the historian of homeopathy, says in her book Homeopathic Love Story that after that the patient was improving. So, but I think Hahnemann in that time was very old, and he hadn't enough time to develop this completely new approach. In these situations when homeopaths used orthopathic approach, usually was used Korsakov dilution in one vessel. Homeopaths know what it means, and it's very simple process that we take one vessel, give there something diluted, for instance, alcohol with some plant, a mother tincture, and then we fill the vessel with water and splash it out and fill it again with water and splash it out, and droplets on the walls of the vessel transfer the information to the next dilution. About 20 years ago, it was the process which I used in my cases where I wasn't very successful with homeopathic remedies. And in these cases, I recommended to these people to make it at home with a glass vessel or even top of a bottle with spring water, and fill it and empty 30 times or 50 times, and to observe their own feelings and write it down and come to the follow-up and tell me. And I was surprised by the result, the same way as those homeopaths before me. The first article about orthopathy in English was published in Homeopathic Links number 2, 2006. It was my article, and its name was Orthopathy, an Unknown Area of Homeopathy. Before that, I published in the year 2003 my first book on the method Orthopathy, a Homeopathic Journey to Harmony. It was published in English and also in German language in the publishing house Windpferd, and also, of course, in Czech language. Nevertheless, soon that I checked an orthopathic principle also in other cultures and other traditions, of much older than is the homeopathic. Kundikas are vessels for clean water depicted in statues and pictures in hands of Buddhist deities. For instance, Bodhisattva of compassion, Tara, in Tibetan tradition, or in Chinese tradition, Kuan Yin, and also Bodhisattva Maitreya, where it was and is until now an attribute of them. So they are very usually depicted with these vessels for clean water. Here I can show you the picture of Bodhisattva Maitreya in Tibetan Mongolian Buddhist tradition. And here you can observe the kundika, which is simply a vessel for clean water. It has a funnel. Sometimes it's larger, sometimes maybe from decorative purposes. It's narrow, and it's covered here, and it has also a round chamber here and the outlet here. And sometime we read in museum catalogs, for instance, that it is a vessel for clean water, which is to heal the world. So the word kundika is clearly derived from Kundalini, which is synonym for life force. Some of these kundikas were on flow principle. It was probably inserted information from the breath of the person. From contemporary autopathic practice, we know that potentized information from breath can have profound effect on vital force and also for the organism, of course, because organism is animated by and organized by vital force. It seeing a Chinese monk and traveler describes in his book a record of Buddhist religion that when he came to India and Malay archipelago in 17th century to study life in monasteries, that every monk was holding kundika in a special bag, which was protecting kundika against impurities, and that water used in kundikas was necessarily untouched and clean, untouched by other humans. It is the basic principle of autopathy, that the vessel and the water cannot contain information about other person. Otherwise, cross-contamination will bring complete spoiling of the information. But the traveler, I think, doesn't say for what exactly were these kundikas used. And my opinion is that this wisdom was passed from teacher to his pupils by oral information. Archaeologists found in on places of former old monasteries a lot of remains of kundikas, and it shows that kundikas were widely used at that time. So it wasn't something for adoration or something like that, but it was a thing of daily use. This very short time which I have for this speech doesn't enable me to say more about it, but you can find, I think, 2 chapters of this old kundikas in my book, Get Well with Autopathy, where is also a list of literature. This is another picture of kundika. It comes from a monastery in Sri Lanka. And again, we see it's made from metal. And again, we see the funnel, the round chamber, and the outlet on its side. So again, clearly something which was for dilution of some information. This dilution is simply because only in the diluted level the information can meet vital force, which is as well immaterial. Some kundikas were probably constructed in the shape that it was possible to stand them on the head, full of water, of course, and so that the seventh chakra was submerged in the water, and the water transferred the information. And then it was diluted and given to the chakra system. The shape of other kundikas says maybe that there was diluted information from breath. Both is nowadays ground for autopathic praxis. Nevertheless, kundikas were in India used in the pre-Buddhist era, and it exists a written document, ancient document, Kundika Upanishad, where we learn that it strengthens prana, the connection with higher level of being, and it acts against disturbance of this connection. English translation is available on internet, and again you can read selected parts in my book Get Well with Autopathy, published in 2005, also in English. In my books, I speak about the connection with creative source, with big S, by means of vital force. Disturbance of vital force means disturbance of connection with the source. And where is the perfectly harmonious picture of man and nature, and from where it comes to our level of reality, to our world, to our mind. In case of disturbances of health of any kind, we speak about as about the cause of it, about attunement of the individual to the reception of vital force. Similarly to a radio receiver, for instance. If radio receiver is under stress, it's untuned, and then it plays wrong music, which is not harmonious, full of disturbances. But when we tune it again, it can play nice music again, harmony. Disturbed spiritual relation with brings problems, chaos, and such things. And when we repair it, it brings us nearer to harmony and order. The information comes from the source through the chakra system, and which animate appropriate parts of organism. This is a diagram from my book, Autopathy Handbook, the last book, which is the main source of information for those who are interested. In the course of 20 years history of autopathy, we use a method of dilution, which is similar to historical kundikas, and which is used at home from mainly from breath or information from seventh chakra by the person who wishes to improve something in his feelings, perceptions, and such things. An important difference from isopathy I see in the fact that we don't use pathologically changed parts of organism, for instance, a pus or scabs or something like that, but opposite, we use relatively healthy, normal saliva or breath, which brings the total information about the whole, including possible problems. And seventh chakra is a perfect plan of man, which is untouched by pathology in every cases. And this individual survives after death, this seventh chakra. These are these near-death experiences, and many also medical records we have from different religions around the world. Autopathy can be used in any life situation. It can be also a spiritual additive to any other method or healthy lifestyle. It can, of course, help to reach purely spiritual goals. For instance, improve concentration in meditation. To observe the development of the person after use or during the use of autopathy, we observe mainly feelings of the person. This display of feelings and perceptions is brings perfect picture of what is happening at the level of life force. Autopathy, therefore, doesn't search for simile and doesn't use homeopathic remedies. It's not a current in homeopathy, but completely a really new method, which is about the larger spiritual dimension of man. In comparison with homeopathy, it's relatively not straightforward, but more simple. And it's possible to use it at the basic level after reading of one book, how was discussed, for instance, at conferences. Experiences with autopathy as a method were shared on 13 annually conferences, where we had about 2,000 contributions from different, this is from, this is 2019. This is some year before that. And this is also another conference. And the auditory always discuss the contributions, which contain mostly case studies. And a big part of these case studies are about self-treatment. So it's very interesting that we can also learn about feelings of the person during the process. During the existence of this method, there were developed different techniques and strategies of this method, but I can't speak about them because the time limit, and to avoid simplism, I simply recommend to read one of books. The best is Autopathy Handbook. It's a review you can find at hpathy.com by Dr. Sperling. It's in fact also a review of the method by a well-known American homeopath. So, and at the same website, hpathy.com, you will find also about 10 or more articles on autopathy in English. This speech was simply about inform you that it exists. It for some people in my country, but also in other countries, it's a real part of lifestyle, and you can find also many websites which are speaking about it. So I think that it's, I feel that this autopathy, I can see movement maybe as a part of a new religiosity, the personal, non-organized approach to spirituality and also health, which is strong in Europe and in Czech Republic too, and which is recognized by big part of population, but not by materialist science. Okay, so thank you for attention, and that's all I had in my mind about this speech. Thank you.
Děkuji za obsáhlou zprávu, která náš kongres jistě obohatila. A v této chvíli bych prosil...
Thank you for this contribution. Thank you for this contribution. It's been enriching.
Now I would like to ask Nora Laupstein, who is the president of Association of Natural Medicine and me, to give the speech related to the topic, the salts wanted by patients, needed by practitioners. The floor is yours, Nora.
Yeah, hello again. I'm happy to see you again, and I think I welcome you to a special event because we are now beginning with our campaigning for the no-zodes, because this is an important tool for all homeopathic practitioners, and I would like to give some input for this topic, because it's, of course, it's a medical medicine policy in the EU, and it's one area which is very important for the future of the homeopathy and for all the patients. And we would like to include the patients into this campaigning. So if it's possible to support us, please do so. Why are no-zodes an indispensable part of the treasure trove of natural medicine? This is a question. No-zodes are non-infectious homeopathic medicines made from pathogens or disease products. The root word nozo comes from Greek and is best defined as disease. The use of no-zodes has far reach as a treatment method well beyond the particular disease it is itself made of. No-zodes are often the missing link in difficult treatments. Their use brings movement and hope to otherwise unaided conditions. When the use of no-zodes is no longer possible, many patients unfortunately have a more challenging time diminishing the negative effect chronic diseases and nurturing their bodies to heal. The responsible EU within the heads of the Medicine Agency currently only has one no-zode, Pyroganium, on its list. Only one. European pharmaceutical law is primarily geared towards harmonizing the market. Also, actual legislative competence lies within the national states. The European regulations are interpreted rather strictly. While no-zode use has not been officially banned, production and market approval that meets all regulation is increasingly unaffordable for manufacturers. One might presume that in addition to safety concerns as the reason for this rigidity, there's a lack of desire to have these products readily available as homeopathic medicines. Therefore, in October 2020, two stakeholders, the ECH and the ECCH, made us a joint position paper on availability, quality, and safety of homeopathic medical products in Europe. Under point 1 of their joint paper, availability, permission, and registration, paragraph 1.3, we recommend emphatically regional drug safety requirements for homeopathic end products, exclusively including biological medicines and no-zodes. Paragraph 1.4 of this joint paper. We are especially concerned about no-zodes, no-zodes of human origin in particular, as well as about some homeopathic medicines of animal origins. Surveys show that no-zodes are indispensable in 1/3 of homeopathic treatments of all patients with chronic diseases. Imagine. In order to avoid restrictions in the freedom of access to effective homeopathic treatment, nosodes must be maintained in the full range necessary for effective treatment. So this is very alarming, and in the homeopathic medicine product working group started a public consultation with a deadline in this January 28 in this year. It should be, it's important to give your statement to the list of nosodes for which homeopathic use is justified and its preamble. For that, I'm happy now to give you here the original comment of our member, the VKHD. In general, we appreciate that you open a specific section for nosodes. As homeopathic practitioners, we are, however, somehow amused to find just one product in this list. And this product is far away from the top 10 nosodes used in human homeopathy practice. Only in vegetarian Pyroganium is a more frequently used product. But this draft is not a vegetarian one. Sorry. We are all well aware of the existing problems in the area of nosodes, such as certain prejudices, the sourcing of the stock materials in accordance with other regulations, and in some cases, the source material may need clearer definitions. However, the HMPWG on the justification of homeopathic use, which would allow a larger range of references. As the European Committee for Homeopathy, ECH, showed in its statement, there's a substantial literature and a vast clinical experience for many other nosodes as well. Nosodes and their preparation methods have a general GHP definition, and they meet the requirements of a homeopathic medical product according to Directive 2001/83 EC. We don't think it is a scientific approach to mix the question of justified use with other regulatory issues as mentioned above. And we don't think it is necessary to make individual monographs for each single product obligatory for justified use. Our surveys, both in German and on a European level, show a very different picture of the actual need for nosodes in homeopathic practice. The surveys underline the need for the classical nosodes, Psorinum, Medurinum, Zifolinum, Tuberculinum, and Carcinodinum. In spite of declaring the list by preface as non-exhaustive, to the homeopathic prescribers, a one remedy list, which just one nosode of minor importance, somehow gives the impression of a farce. So this was the comment of our member organization. The HMP working group has received the statements in time and will present the result and discuss it in Slovenia, November the 10th, then on their next meeting. So there's a little open door of time, and ANME supports the statements of the two European stakeholders, ECH and ECCH. For that, we have started an initiative which includes the patient's point of view. In cooperation With other stakeholders, we have developed the following statements, which should be presented to the HMP working group in time before their next meeting. And the most important thing is the official requirements should therefore be urgently reviewed and reformulated in order to positively promote expansion rather than decrease the ability to offer and utilize nosodes. The reasons. Nosodes are invaluable as important components of single remedy homeopathy in the case of treating chronic diseases. Non-communicable diseases are also better treated when nosodes are included as a therapeutic tool. Additionally, increasing resistance to antibiotics and the presence of new germs and the diseases means that there are an important need to combat and curtail effect and proliferation. Nosodes are an important aid in the health-promoting treatment of patients. Like most natural treatment systems and methods, classic single remedy homeopathy, with all its medicinal products, is a cultural heritage as defined by UNESCO. The use of nosodes has become a valuable treasure for the treatment of patients all over the world and should continue to be accessible and utilized in the future. Due to financial concerns, manufacturers can no longer meet the increasing requirements of the authorities. Therefore, companies have to either reduce or discontinue their range and distribution of nosodes. All that remains are the nosodes, for those sales figures are high enough to offset the cost of production and quality assurance testing. More about nosodes you can find on our website anmi-ngo.eu. So I think it's necessary to support this and think about what happens if the tools of our methods, our natural medicine products, it's not a question of medicines or food supplements. It's the same behind the curtain. It's an energy which goes into another direction. So we have to combine our efforts, and please support our initiative. Thank you very much.
Děkuji, Noře, za příspěvek a rád bych...
Thank you, Nora, for your explanation, and I want to thank her, or in her, I want to thank the long years of NME activity, which give the humanity the possibility of using things which are needed in humanity. I think that we could organize a legislative section which would harmonize and combine our common efforts and our policies to make it possible for us to coordinate our activities. Okay, we will continue. Now, I would like to welcome a deputy of the Czech Parliament, Mrs. Miloslava Rutová, who for many years has been involved in therapy called kinesiology, and her contribution covers kinesiology and its endless, boundless opportunities. Good morning. My name is Miroslava Rutova. I am from the Czech Republic and I live in Pilsen. My original occupation is a special pedagogist, and currently I am an MP in the Czech Parliament. I am a member of the Social and School Committee. I've been teaching and practicing kinesiology since 26 years. First of all, I'd like to explain the notions which will be used in my presentation, because we are followed not just by experts, by broad public as well. The classical Western medicine, no need to introduce this one. The alternative and complementary medicine is a broad notion which involves all methods of non-classical medicine. The common feature is that methods and procedures have not been tested for efficacy in a way which is current in classical medicine. Here we have Ayurveda, acupuncture, biotonics, homeopathy, kinesiology, and many others. The World Health Organization, seating in Geneva, is an important authority in the field of public health. It includes 194 member states, the Czech Republic being one of them. WHO has been interested in complementary and alternative medicine since quite some time. In a document titled Legal Position of Traditional and Complementary Alternative Medicine, provides information on the situation of alternatives in 123 countries of the world. Unfortunately, Czech Republic is not among these countries. The European Parliament is one of the 7 bodies of the European Union, which together with the Council of the EU adopts legislative acts. The approach of the European Parliament to CAM or CAM can be characterized as positive. What has to be stressed, though, is the need of quality, and it is always stressed that it is necessary to have a good quality research on safety and efficacy of individual alternative methods. In the European Parliament, there is an interest group for CAM. The group holds regular meetings where MPs or EMPs have common discussions with representatives of the involved parties, patients, providers, and manufacturers of drugs in the CAM area. Are organized in various countries across the EU member states. In the UK, the King's Court is very positively inclined towards the alternative medicine. I'm talking about Prince Charles. I think that it's a mistake and a handicap that in the Czech Parliament there is no such group. The interest of people in alternative medicine is enormous. The petition committee of the Parliament received a petition with more than 40,000 signatures asking for official recognition of the non-traditional medicine. Currently, a group of MPs is trying to get information from countries where such groups exist, and the goal is to establish one in our parliament as well. I believe that it will be successful. I would like to quote the General Director of WHO, Dr. Margaret Cohn, to this problem. These two systems, that is alternative and Western medicine, may not be contradictory to one another. They can be harmonious, and the best properties, best qualities of both systems can be used and balanced. This won't happen in itself. There must be a well-targeted political decision taken which will provide for that. To make this happen, we organize this International Congress of Health, where you are the most welcome guests. The Congress takes place in Europe for the first time, and you can also watch it in the 3D virtual interface. And the materials will be accessible for 3 more months. And a worldwide database platform 2020 will be put in operation with the participation of important personality from all across the world. The goal of the platform is to enable to all those who practice traditional and alternative medicine to meet and share information. The platform will include all disciplines of traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine, so that each expert and lay person can get and use information in the area of non-medical interventions and holistic treatment. The goal is to provide for free and advantageous cooperation, advantages to all, friendly support without any censorship. It is important to bring both medicines or both approaches closer. It will be beneficial, especially to those who are sick and need it. The motto should be, there is just one health. Let us not look for what divides us, but what brings us together. This is the opportunity for me to thank Mr. Tomáš Pfeiffer, who is the initiator of this Congress, because it will bring a lot of good to the world which needs it now more than ever. Now, let us speak about kinesiology. As I said before, a lot of my work and of my professional career has been devoted to disabled children, but I felt that I was not able to help them 100%, and I really yearned to make it possible for them to find the self-esteem, well-being, and the place in life. And that was the time when I came across the method of kinesiology, and it changed my life. I read about it as about boundless opportunities. I did not believe it, but then I got to know a person who brought it to the Czech Republic, and I started to study the method and to use it, and things sort of changed, or was changing for the better. Me, my children, or children I was working with, my relations, and the environment. How is it possible? All that a child goes through is deposited in the brain. Negative experience can result in the form of a neurological block. These are blocks which limit us, which can lead to failures at school, health problems, lack of self-esteem, and lack of well-being. The method is based on testing a muscular reaction, which is the reaction of the body to stimuli. The kinesiologist can obtain the information by a tiny pressure on the stretched hand. This is the way how you can get all necessary information, and there are techniques and exercises which can remove these blocks. A man can thus better use the potential of his brain. He can improve his health condition. He does not practice self-destructive methods of behavior, and he also learns to love himself, his life, and his environment, his surrounding changes for the better. Since more than 20 years, with huge enthusiasm and endeavor, I've been training the method of kinesiology, and my students show that the method is amazing and beneficial to all. It leads towards love to not just yourself and your environment, but it gives back to a man all that he can acquire. I am thanking every day for having been introduced to kinesiology years ago, which improved my life and life of many people around me. It is beautiful if a man is provided such satisfaction through his work. But this is only possible if we have a sincere heart while approaching this work. And that is why I want to thank very much for this presentation. And now we have some time for music. We will hear a tenor singer who will remind us of one of the giants.
qui dove il mare luccica e tira forte il vento, su una vecchia terrazza davanti al golfo di Sorrento, un uomo abbraccia una ragazza dopo che aveva pianto, poi si schiarisce la voce e ricomincia il canto. Te voglio bene, lo sai, mai tanto tanto me ne sai, è una catena ormai che scioglie il sangue di te ve ne sai. Vide le luci in mezzo al mare, pensò alle notti là in America, ma erano solo le lampare e la bianca scia d'un'elica. Senti il dolore della musica, alzo dal pianoforte, ma quando vide la luna uscire da una nuvola, mi sembrò più dolce anche la morte. Guardò negli occhi la ragazza, quegli occhi verdi come il mare, poi all'improvviso uscì una lacrima e lui credette di affogare. Te voglio bene, lo sai, mai tanto tanto me ne sai, è una catena ormai che scioglie il sangue di te ve ne sai. Potenza della lirica, dove ogni dramma è un falso, e con un po' di trucco e con la mimica puoi diventare un altro. Ma due occhi che ti guardano così vicini e veri ti fan scordare le parole, confondono i pensieri. Così diventa tutto piccolo, anche le notti là in America. Ti volti, vedi la tua vita come la scia d'un'elica. Ma sì, è la vita che finisce, ma lui non ci pensò poi tanto, anzi si sentiva già felice e ricomincia il suo canto. Voi voglio bene assai, mai tanto tanto ve ne sai, è scioglir sangue in devene sai, in devene
A po této vzpomínce na velkého muže poprosím paní Mariu.
After this memory of a giant of opera music, I would kindly ask Maria Leoni Gorgopoulou with the name titled Essences in COVID Crisis.
Hello, I'm very happy to be a part of this wonderful Congress. Thank you very much, Thomas, and thank all the team for all this nice organization. Actually, I'm very touched from the song. It was really touching song, and I think it was the best introduction for flowers. So let's get some flower essence vibration in this Congress. I'm a naturopath and I'm working with flower essences more than 15, 20 years with very good results. And I'm really happy to share this with you. Just a moment. Flower essence therapy in COVID crisis. I have a nice picture here with the earth full of flowers. I think it's the best we can imagine for our world this period of time. So flower essences we mostly know and are heard from Bach. Dr. Edward Bach has dedicated a part of his life to explore the flower properties on a psycho-spiritual level. The action of these remedies is to raise our vibrations and open up our channels for the reception of the spiritual self, to flood our natures with a particular virtue we need and wash out from us the fault that is causing the harm. They are able, like beautiful music or any glorious uplifting thing which gives us inspiration, to raise our very natures and bring us nearer to our souls, and by that very act to bring us peace and relieve our sufferings. They cure not by attacking the disease, but by flooding our bodies with the beautiful vibrations of our higher nature, in the presence of which disease melts away as snow in the sunshine. There is no true healing unless there is a change in outlook, peace of mind, and inner happiness. We know that negative emotions diminish our immune system. The esoteric view is that most diseases of modern mankind originate at the emotional level, the plane of unconscious emotions and subjective reactions that are either blocked or overstimulated. This leads to distortion of energy waves, and hence to negative states such as fear, hatred, jealousy, anger, impatience, worry, etc. This first of all act via the etheric plane on the nervous system of the physical body, and later also on other organs. Today, drugs of all kinds, nicotine, alcohol, access of television and internet, and the general flooding with information are constantly overstimulating us at the emotional level. That's why we have flower essences, and so that we can balance our body, mind, and soul. As Dr. Bach says, that the flower essences establish direct contact with the higher self of the personality, and thus become active in all aspects of our nature, in all parts of the aura. The planes of the aura are not subject to the laws of space and time, which the physical body has to follow. An incipient illness can therefore be healed even before it shows itself in the physical body. The flower remedies enter into direct contact with the higher self of man. This also explains why they are compatible with practically all other medicaments and treatments, with the actions of the latter limited to particular energy levels, usually that of the physical body. The flowers act as divine energy impulses across all energy levels. Now we'll give you some general information for flower essences. In our days, we have more than 20 ranges of flower essence around the world, in USA, Australia, Europe, and Africa. So now I will tell you the two ways of production, how we produce flower essences. The first is by placing cut flowers on a bowl of clear spring water and let them under the sunlight for some hours. It's the photo next to. And the second way is by placing a part of a flower without cutting it into the bowl of water and let it for some hours transmit its essence to it, nighttime or daytime. So which are the ways to use flower essences? The most common, of course, to drinking. We are drinking the drops, 7 drops of a combination of 30 ml we make in a small bottle, 3 to 4 times a day under the tongue, or direct from the bottle in some cases, like living tree orchid essences. Then we can spray we can create the spray and spray the aura, the body, the room for our space cleansing and protection. It is a very nice way. We can combine it with essential oils, and we really need it this period of time where sickness, viruses, and fears and negative thoughts are really flooding our spaces. Then we can put in oil or body lotion, and it's very good for when they have nightmares or fears. We can massage their feet, or we can put hospitalized people on their pulse point inside. When people generally cannot drink flower essences, we can use them in these other ways. Then we can have a direct application on blocked points. If we have pain in our head, pain in our back, wherever, we can apply flower essences and have them unblock the pain. We can have bath and food baths, 5 to 7 drops, together with essential oils. They give a really, really good result. And then is a last way that is not very common, of course, but I believe is really very good. We can meditate on flower essences, we can close our eyes, we can visualize the flower essence. We want its properties to help us balance ourselves and stay there. We can put also some healing music and stay for some time so that we can get the contact with the soul of this flower. So we have, this is a picture of the second type of production of flower essences. You see how the petals of the orchid are bathing inside the water. It's not cut. And then let's go to the negative emotional state of mind in COVID crisis. Unfortunately, we know that this period, people are really full of fears. Fear of death, fear of disease, fear of loss of others, fear of loneliness, fear of pain, fear of loss of freedom, fear of suffocation. All these essences that are right under it, I don't have the time to specifically speak for each one of it. They can really help the people to work on this. I just want to speak about one Greek essence, the flower power asphodel, because it's a flower essence for the fear of death. Something that for me, it's very basic for what is going on with the COVID crisis. And as Dr. Bach says, fear is very common in some form or the other, not only amongst the ill, but amongst ourselves who otherwise may be well. But whatever it may be, the remedies will help us to be free of that great burden, which we call fear. Then we have other states that flower essence can help is shock and trauma. It is very shocking even for the relatives when they have people with COVID. Now everyone, I would say, not the whole world, but many people are in shock because of this, what has happened. So we have very nice remedies. Mostly we call them emergency remedies. Bach remedies, Stark Bethlehem and Rescue Remedy. The Australian bush, we have the emergency essence and Prince Violet. From the living tree orchid essences that I use the latest 7 years, and they're my latest love. They're very powerful flower essence of orchids. We have immediate relief, angelic canopy and then fire, and so on. From flower power essences, we have albizia. Then we have the emotions like grief and depression, because people are really, first of all, because of lockdown, they have been isolated from their loved ones. They couldn't do things, they couldn't enjoy life. So really, we really have many people going down to depressive and grief emotions. We have a lot of essences here. I really just give some examples. I just want to say only my experience, because this is our fact, our experiences from our clients and our case studies. I had 3 women the last 3 weeks that they called me that they couldn't get up from the bed due to the heavy depressive feeling in their chest. They didn't have any desire to get up, even to go and cook, eat, or whatever. One of her was a fire victim in this horrible fire times we had in summer this month, the latest month. And she called me, she told me, I want to suicide. My life, is ruined. I have nothing. I said, let me send you the essences. So I sent the essence, and she called me one day after she got the essence. She said, oh, what is this? I mean, I just can't get up and go again to my, she had some, animal to take care. And she started to leave. And that was in one day. And the other 2 ladies also, they started to get up and be more functional. It doesn't mean that it's over. It doesn't mean that they don't have a procedure to get more and more balanced and healed. But it happened, and it happened quickly. So then we have flower essences to get centered, because we need to get in our center so we don't get influenced so much from what is going on around the world, and especially with all this negativity and dualism also. So we have a walnut from Bach, just center from orchid essences, and lichnophis from Hellenic flower elixirs. And we have flower essences for strength, power, and courage that we really needed in this time. We have, and here we have the Hellenic flower elixir Pancratius, the second picture downstairs. It's a very good essence. Then we have flower essences for optimism and energy boost. The energy boost is needed because we know, I don't know because I have never had COVID, but I know from others that they really were tired and exhausted, and they said, I'm trained. So we have nice essences, olive hornbeam from Bach, and macrocarpa Prince Violet from Australian bush, and vital leaf spirit of light from living tree orchids. So now we have essences for protection, and a strong aura is essential for a strong immune system. Our aura field gets weakened by negative thinking and negative emotions, as we have said, by a lot of use of internet, by a sick environment, by high radiation, geopathic stress, and pollution. So these are some of the essences that will really help inspire our place, working place. That would be lovely if we could put it in hospitals. We pray for that day to come. And here we have matri protection, is a mushroom, Greek essences, mushroom essences. Yarrow, we have the yellow, the pink, and the white yarrow that really helps protect the or in different aspects. And lately I will speak about purifying and detox essences that can help in energy cleansing and detox the body from the toxins by drugs or vaccines and radiation. Now I will speak about Aura Clean from Orchid Essences. It's a new released essence of 2021, but it's together with gems, Sunjite, Amethyst, and internal cleansing orchid. It's really an amazing essence that cleans the body from all these toxins inside and outside. We have then the self-heal, of course, essences that promote our healing forces to counteract any disease, not only COVID. We have Renewing Life. It's the first orchid downstairs to the left that bring etheric health to the cellular level. Very important, very good also for other miscellaneous diseases. From Flower Power Essences and FES are the California essences, we have Self-Heal. It's very good essence also. And from Transcendental Mushrooms, we have the Inner Healing and Embracing Well-Being. And lately, at the end, I have left the two essences, my beloved essences, that bring the vibrations of love to ourselves. Because for me, this is what is missing. We are missing love. And love is the real medicine for everything. And Love Beyond Love, it's a combination essence with orchids that really helps us to bring the love inside towards us, to love ourselves so we can love the others. And Wisdom of Compassion with God, the same. Here I have put some useful addresses. Whoever is going to watch the video afterwards, they can find many informations, and I will be very glad also to answer you through email or whatever other way. So where flowers bloom, so does hope. And here I want to say there is a national day, a world day for us, World Flower Therapy Day, 24th of September. It's in a few days. Let's imagine flower vibrations all over the world to heal whatever exists here. Thank you. Light and love to all. Namaste.
Jsou to velmi jemné vlivy.
This was extremely interesting. And I think that is a good introduction to Carol Ann Holmes, who is the next speaker. She's an important author and presenter. And the title of her presentation.
Thank you, Thomas, for the invitation to speak, and also that you have organized this wonderful conference. And Dobry den, and good morning in America. So know your truth, and your truth will make you whole. On the morning of September 11th, 2001, exactly 20 years ago today, I took tram 22 from my Prague apartment around the beautiful Prague castle. I walked across the Charles Bridge and out to the 500-year-old theater on the Volta River to teach my advanced kinesiology course. All was perfect, so peaceful, with tourists just waking up to enjoy this magnificent city. The day proceeded as a special kinesiology as our students released more layers of stress. And then came the news, which sent the world into shock. As our family and friends in the USA were getting settled into their work day, 2,977 people were killed in that tragedy as the world got the news. And then our world changed suddenly and dramatically, never to be the same. Fear gripped our country and the world. I called my children to see if they were okay, and my daughter said, "Mom, I just saw the second plane hit the tower from my New Jersey office window just across the Hudson River." It was reported as a terrorist attack. Other planes were headed for our governmental offices. In Prague, our 80 Czech students joined hands in a circle, and we did a group session on the fear generated from those attacks. 3 months later, I stress released a young man who had survived that attack. He had not slept a wink for 3 months. He kept seeing this man flying by his window with a blue shirt and a red tie. For us who lived through these events, it is indelibly imprinted upon our memory from life. Now the world is facing an even greater danger. Stability, safety, health, and our very survival. What are we doing collectively and individually to correct the fear, the pain, and the fear of more pain? What actions are you taking to make the world better for yourself and for future generations? How can you do your part to raise the world to a better place? How can we stop human trafficking, drug abuse, starvation, greed, violence, crime, suffering, and pain in our lives and in the world? How can we replace these evils with love, peace, and prosperity for all? How can we stop the destruction of our dear earth? As I stated in my award-winning essay my senior year in high school, it all starts with each one of us. In the USA, we have the Declaration of Independence, guaranteeing the inalienable rights and freedoms with which each person is born. The Nuremberg Code further identifies and guarantees these rights concerning our bodies. How can we keep those freedoms and rights from being stolen from us? In the present drama, what role are you playing now? And what is your future role? What is your passion? What drives you? What's your purpose? How have your life experiences prepared you for that purpose? As a young child, I had a deep desire to help others and dreamed about faraway places. With degrees in and teaching in elementary education in our public schools, I searched for more. Then, with 3 children of my own, I knew there had to be more. The first more happened while living in Venezuela with a new friend, when a new friend introduced me to Montessori education. Within 1 month, we had 35 2- to 5-year-old children in my home every day, and with my 2- and 4-year-old children. And I was amazed at how easily and happily these very young children could learn to care for themselves. They could care for their environment and master the academics. And traditionally, these academics are learned by much older children. The system felt perfect. And that was part of my journey, my passion, part of my dream for children, part of the more. After 2 years, we returned to the US, where I taught music and language arts in the Albrook Montessori School in New Jersey. I became certified in elementary Montessori education and started our first elementary class there. Next, we moved to the Netherlands, where I taught music, English, and reading in the Dutch Wassenaar Montessori School with my son in kindergarten there. With this impressive 114-year-old system of education, I still wanted more. I longed for more as I saw students with blind spots in their ability to learn and socialize, even with this marvelous system begun by Dr. Maria Montessori in 1906 in Italy. While living in The Hague, another great piece of my life's education snapped into place, specialized kinesiology. With my first kinesiology session, I no longer needed glasses to read after 30 years. Now, after 45 years, I can read the finest print without glasses. I dove into the study of kinesiology immediately with the great teachers who were coming there from the USA. Now I can stress test why Johnny can't read and test how to correct it. Magic? No. It is just a very deep understanding of the body-brain function and how chemically we react to what we feed into our brain-body computers. They are the hardware and the software. Kinesiology is the very scientific study of the origin, insertion, and movement of muscles. When an event occurs in our lives that we can't handle and we perceive it as a stress, we go into the survival mode, the fight or flight response, because of the fear of pain and the fear of more pain. No one is home in the front of our brains where we have present time and creative options. We may go weak in the knees as the chemical reaction hits our muscles. That stress memory goes into the muscles, determining how we will react in future similar situations. Specialized kinesiology determines how specific stress emotions affect the muscles. Through stress testing of a muscle biofeedback, we can determine information about the time and the cause of the blockage and what exercise will correct it. It is all so gentle and non-invasive. Nearly everything we do or don't do in life is a result of a reaction to our fears, which were programmed into our cellular memory from the past. If we don't release those fears, they become our addictions, which make us feel better in present time because of all that deep, deep stress we're trying to escape from that painful past. It may even be a fear that you aren't consciously aware of, but it's still programmed into the cells. We may be aware of some of your addictions. I have a few yet. Excesses in substances such as drugs, medication, alcohol, sugar, chocolate, smoking, or gambling, sex. Another person, we could be addicted to another person. We're not happy when we're not with them. Cleanliness, perfection. We could be addicted to a location. How many people are addicted to their cell phones? Our children, devices, other devices, shopping, pain, exercise. The list is endless, and we are an addictive world. If we then bury this pain deeper, the addiction becomes an obsession, fear that we won't have enough in the future. All of these fears, addictions, and obsessions take us out of living in present time and ages us. This shuts down our energy flow, the meridian system, which the Chinese told us about 5,000 years ago. And when we shut down this system repeatedly, it's causing dis-ease in the body and in the soul. In a very simplistic form, that's how we work with specialized kinesiology. Now, to get back to the more search and what came next to lead me to today, the opportunities and the people seem to appear in your life just at the right time. In 1991, I was invited to Moscow to teach doctors, and next on to Budapest, then Prague, and Bratislava, and Warsaw. With over 16,000 graduates in Eastern Europe, we have hundreds of students out doing this work as a profession, seeing clients and teaching courses. And Mila, our former speaker, is one of our advanced graduates and doing a wonderful job. As our students are studying the system, they are ridding themselves of stress in the process as they learn how to do sessions with other people. So I will share a couple of examples of how stress affects the brain body and how we correct it. Last year ago, I shared this, but I want to share this student's client situation because it's so applicable today. So a 13-year-old client stuttered every syllable for many years. Muscle testing told me that age 5 was the original cause of the stress to the system. It was 2001. His stuttering started on the day of 9/11. He was in kindergarten class when suddenly all the teachers started crying and they were hysterical. No one explained to this child or to the class what had happened. These teachers who were there to care for him were out of control. It was a shock to him that he couldn't handle, and it affected his voice, it affected the throat chakra, that of expression. In today's world, how many times have you not said what you wanted to say? Or how many times have you said, oh, I wish I hadn't said that? So we all are so affected with the throat chakra, for example. The next example I would like to tell you about is a client I saw last week, and she asked me if I would share this with you. She had extremely low self-esteem and aches and pains all over her body for decades. She also had a hearing loss in her right ear. In her life, she could never be good enough. This is an excellent example of how we believe the lies that are fed to us about ourselves and how this limits our lives. As children, we believe that adults are right or other children. So this client was the eldest of 5, and her father beat her mother violently and was extremely verbally abusive. He did the same with my client for as long as she could remember. Her teachers abused her by not letting her go out to play. She couldn't do the work. Of course, she was distracted because deep inside her was so much stress. So then her ex-husbands abused her horribly, physically and emotionally. Earlier this year, she had an accident and her head had been hit many times during the impact. And we started to work with that accident issue. But what then came up was age 12, when her father was punching her in the head when she tried to stop her parents fighting. She felt like her head would fly off. As we were doing the constricted cranial corrections here, she felt a great release. Testing then took us to the hearing correction. She didn't want to hear all that stuff that was going on with her parents since day one. So after the exercise, she said she could hear better. She blocked her parents fighting, and what she did not want to hear was that. With one more correction, she felt like a new person. She then had to forgive her father, but most of all, she had to forgive herself, the hardest person there is to forgive. And she had believed she was a bad, stupid person when actually she's very, very accomplished. Because of these life challenges, or in spite of them, she has achieved so much. We believe the lies that are fed to us about ourselves by parents, teachers, siblings, and society, and it's all lies. We are born as beautiful human beings. So these examples are just a small sampling of how the emotional affects the physical. Our work is so effective in all areas of life. When we remove stress, the physical body can very quickly heal itself usually. Some of the areas where stress can be corrected and healing take place are fears, addiction, and obsessions, of course, learning problems, panic attacks, depression, relationship challenges, physical, mental, and emotional problems. Fear is our enemy. If you want to see your enemy, look in the mirror. Fear is our enemy, but love is our power, loving ourselves and loving others. So recent global events have resulted in a great increase in fear and in our anxiety. So what is your truth? We're responsible to insist on our freedoms. A creative, free human being, we are born with all those natural rights, liberty, life, and the pursuit of happiness. So where are you recognizing your truth? What are you doing about your life? As free, creative human beings, we are here on earth to help and to support the evolution of humanity at this special time of opportunity. So search for, recognize, know the truth, and apply it in your life, and the truth will make us whole. Does it give you pleasure to do that? Do you do it effortlessly and with passion? When you awake in the morning, is your work motivating you to get out of bed to start your wonderful day? Do you draw that support system to you, as well as friends, clients who benefit from your work? Do you feel that you are making a difference in the world? Are you filled with love as you serve humanity? So part of my dream was to create a new system, and I have added that, as well as my great interest in Montessori education. So I would like to close with the poetry I wrote just after 9/11. Darkness into light. This year's holiday season is a special time to reflect and evaluate how we can shine. Through the clouds of darkness that covered the earth, did we learn our lesson? Did we have a rebirth? The message for us is to look into our takes us to countries stop the plan is begging us to be kind, to renew. This upside down world is utterly askew. So we must right it. The time now is here to love one another and our earth so dear. What have you done today to make the world better? Said a kind word, helped a child, written a letter. If we all acclaim together, focus on light into the dark, a different illumination, not just one spark. Let your light shine in many small ways. It's cumulative and rids the world of its haze. Deep in our hearts, we'll find joy and peace. Radiate our light that all destruction may cease. As one of our greatest leaders of the world showed us what one man can do, you must be the change you wish to see, Mahatma Gandhi. So cast off the darkness, know your truth, and let your unique special light shine through. Thank you.
Karol, děkuji za tvoje slova.
Thank you very much, Carol, for your words. Hope is the engine of progress. And I hope there will be more lights like you in our world, so that there is more light in the entire earth. Thank you very much for your beautiful contribution. And now I would like to welcome our today's last guest, Dr. Catharina Delezer, coming from Germany, from the Institute for Scientific Homeopathy. The topic of her contribution is the homeopathic efficiency according to the physical resonance principle. The floor is yours.
Now, is it on the screen? I see it.
No, we cannot see that. We cannot see it, Karen.
So I start. High homeopathic potencies contain no molecule. The Avogadro constant is transferred during their production because the mother tinctures are diluted more than 32 mm times. One million. 1 to 10 or 1 to 100. And the cast 10 times after each potentized, you can tell potentized or the cast geschüttelt, the castized, potentized or geschüttelt in German, 10 times after each dilution step. Yeah. Verdünnungsstil. Yeah. So homeopathy is seen as a humbug. Yes. No scientific method could measure these high potencies. Konnte. And their levels in the past. Yes. Good. The law of similars, the law of homeopathy could only be applied to patients accompanied by a good faith to it. They must believe to it. Yes, esoteric ideas spoil the acknowledgement of homeopathic therapy. Yes. A quantum physical model of health and disease. So The quantum physicist, Professor Apop, developed a model of health and disease, which based on the Nobel laureates Albert Einstein and Herbert Fröhlich. Yes, now I explain it. Each material and each living being consists of a compressed electromagnetic wave package. Yes, duality of a wave. Wave or photons? Nein, Welle oder Photon, die Frequenzen haben. To show wave or photons depends on the observer, measuring method. Measuring method depends on the measuring. So, yes, health means the healthy living being consists of a normal frequency pattern. Disease means the patient has an altered frequency pattern neither by the uptake of too many photons or by the emission of too many photons. Next slide, please. Normal biochemical and pathological pathways Yes, the false frequency pattern caused by stress, psychological problems, and so on. Converts the normal biochemical pathway into pathological pathways. So Pop could not solve the problem how to heal false frequency patterns. Next folie, please. Magnetic photons in homeopathic remedies. Middle. Detected by Karin Länger at first. Länger discovered magnetic photons in highly potentized homeopathic remedies by two magnetic resonance methods. First, by Tesla flat coils at Schwille Electronic, Kirchheim, München. Second, by delayed luminescence using a photomultiplier in the International Institute for Biophysics, Director Fritz Albert Popp, Neuss. Now he is dead. Langer, third, Langer measured the potency levels and the frequency spectra of 5 homeopathic remedies. Argentum metallicum CM, Cantaris CM, Bovista LMK, Arnica LMK, Oxalicum acidum LMK in the megahertz region. Next folie, please. I show you now a picture of this photomultiplier. And the principle of measuring the remedies are in the cuvette here on the picture. Yeah, and the remedies had a frequency measured with by Tesla coils method. Yes, and here we needed the resonance frequency of 2.06 megahertz. Under this strong EM field separated the strong EM field with a frequency of 2.06 megahertz, separated, yeah, the photons from the sugar globally. Yeah, von den sugar. Yes, I needed homeopathic remedies as sugar globally. Yes. Yes. Now the next, please. Next slide. So here you can see here in the background the flat Tesla coils. And here the ring and the loop antenna, wing antenna. This is a magnetic loop antenna, only measuring magnetic fields. Missed. And this magnetic antenna is connected with the frequency analyzer here at the right. Frequency analyzer or spectrum analyzer. Yes, okay. Next slide, please. I wanted only to explain here the method. You can read it in the publications at Prague. So, yes, healing by homeopathic remedies. Both resonance methods confirmed each other. Yes. Yeah. Therefore, it is concluded that homeopathic remedies work according to the resonance principle in the ill body. By the frequencies of the remedy's magnetic photons. Yes, the ill body emits frequencies of the pathological pathways. Frequencies der pathologischen pathways. The pathological pathways emit the frequencies. So the frequencies of the homeopathic remedies must match the patient's frequencies. So that is the law of similars expressed according to Langer. According to Langer. This is the, yes. By the resonance effect, the ill-making photons are cancelled, or the lacking photons are inserted. Yeah, till the normal frequency pattern is restored. Next folie, please. So I show you now efficacy of homeopathy resonance principle. Yeah, consequences from the experimental data model. This table is accepted by the Max Planck Institute of Biophysical Chemistry. Yes, I showed it on a big congress there, physical congress. Yes, it was in Göttingen, Max Planck Institute in Göttingen. So now we have a table here, fundamental principle of homeopathy. So, and now we have some common frequencies. Yes, proving, you know, the proving in homeopathy. That means poisoning by a substance with a substance. Yeah, and this substance has a frequency 1. Yes, the volunteer develops the following frequencies: 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 5. For example, of course. Yeah. The ill person now having symptoms as if substance 1 with frequency 1 has poisoned him, has the following frequencies. Yes, and now the frequencies are equal with case 1. Yeah, the homeopathic potency of the substance with frequency 1 has the following frequencies, 1 to 5. Yeah, and now we have the common frequencies in all 3 cases. Yes, healing according to the resonance principle. The homeopathic remedy is able to cure the ill volunteer, Freiwilligen, yes, see to the proving, as well as the ill person. Both have the same frequencies. Yes, the law of stimulus according to Hahnemann. Yeah, and Langer, the ill person has the same frequencies as the remedy. Yes, this is all published, and the publications are in Prague. Yes, and the next folie, please. Healing of the biochemical pathological pathway. Yes, assumption. The energetical restoration of the normal frequency pattern causes the restoration of the normal biochemical pathway. Next folie, please. Biochemical homeopathy uptake of a symptom picture. Yes, uptake of a symptom picture, proving. Hahnemann, 1705, intoxicated, 1843. Registered their upcoming toxic symptoms of a body und der Seele, which resulted in a symptom picture. Yeah, the proved substances did intoxicate distinct biochemical pathways. Yes. Example, arsenic poisons the biochemical pathway of sugars by replacing the phosphate in the sugars instead of glucose 6-phosphate, glucose 6-arsenate is formed, a poison for the enzymes of the sugar metabolism. So diabetes can be developed. Next folie, please. Intoxications. Hahnemann poisons the healthy volunteers more and more, so that diseases could develop. He applied toxicology. Yes, this is denied by the homeopath. But it is the fact. Yeah, the volunteers became ill. Step by step, the disease became more and more worse. Yes, the psoric state was transferred. Then the psychotic state was formed. Yes, it finished in the luetic state. This is called chronic diseases by Hahnemann. So the potentized remedies of the biochemical can heal that. The acetylcholine receptor at the postsynapses. No, der acetylcholine. At the postsynapses. Yes, that's a nerve. Yes, needs acetylcholine as substrate. A psoric remedy. The reversible poison, the psychotic substrate, is adrenaline in belladonna. The luetic irreversible poison is coprotoxin. Yes, the next folio, please. Now, psoric substates, psychotic and luetic poisons as homeopathic remedies heal chronic diseases. So once more, psoric substrate is acetylcholine. Post-synapsis, acetylcholine receptor is blocked by the psychotic and luetic poisons. Yes, psychotic poison, atropine, in belladonna, reversible poisoning. Yes, the nerve is slowly paralyzed. Yes, healing by high potencies of the psoric substrate, the psychotic and luetic poisons. Luetic poison, coprotoxin in Nayatripudians, this is copra, irreversible intoxication. So the death is coming. Yes, that's a reason. If you will have a bite of Nayatripudians or cobra. Yes, next folio, please. Conclusion. Erste, once, homeopathic highly potentized remedies restore the frequency pattern of the patients by the magnetic photons of similar remedies. Second, after that, the biochemical pathological pathways are converted to normality. So that's, thank you very much. And I thank you very much, Thomas, that I could give this lecture. Thank you very much.
Děkuji doktorce Karin.
I would like to thank Dr. Karin Langer from Germany for an interesting contribution evaluating homeopathy. I believe we will be able to hear another part of her investigation and research in the future. We are at the end of our program, and our tomorrow's program will be related to the COVID pandemic. I look forward to seeing all of you again. I wish you a good rest, and I would like to see you again tomorrow. Goodbye.